The Art of Ancient Egypt, Understanding the Legacy of an Ancient Civilization, written by High Event, narrated by Kara Miller. Chapter 1, Introduction to Ancient Egyptian Art. Ancient Egyptian art is a unique and integral part of the civilization's legacy, reflecting the culture, beliefs, and society that flourished along the banks of the Nile River for over 3 millennia. Art was not merely a form of aesthetic expression, but a vital tool for religious, political, and social purposes. It served as a vehicle for conveying messages, preserving the past, and ensuring the future, particularly in relation to the afterlife, which was central to Egyptian thinking. One of the defining features of Egyptian art is its adherence to a set of conventions and symbolism that remained largely consistent throughout its history. Unlike the art of other ancient cultures, Egyptian art was not focused on the pursuit of realism or artistic innovation, but was instead rooted in a deep belief in the afterlife and the divine. The portrayal of gods, pharaohs, and the common people adhered to specific guidelines meant to reflect their eternal and unchanging nature. This practice was deeply connected to Egypt's religious beliefs, where art was seen as a means to ensure cosmic order, honor deities, and guarantee the continued prosperity of the kingdom. The role of art in Egyptian society was multifaceted. It served as a tool of propaganda for the pharaohs, allowing them to depict themselves as divine rulers whose authority was sanctioned by the gods. The rich iconography of the pharaohs in statues, reliefs, and paintings reinforced their power and eternal rule, both in life and in death. The representation of gods in human or animal forms in Egyptian art also reflected the Egyptians' complex worldview, where gods were perceived as powerful yet approachable, human yet divine. Religious rituals and beliefs shaped the art produced, particularly in the context of tombs and funerary art. Egyptians believed that the soul of the deceased required sustenance in the afterlife, and art played an essential role in ensuring that the deceased would live on eternally. Tombs were adorned with paintings, carvings, and sculptures designed to honor the dead and assist them in their journey to the afterlife. These artworks depicted everything from daily life to divine protection, offering a glimpse into the social, cultural, and spiritual life of the ancient Egyptians. In this chapter, we explore the core principles of ancient Egyptian art, including its function, style, and symbolism. We will also examine the ways in which art provided a means for Egyptians to express their religious beliefs, their power, and their vision of eternity. Ancient Egyptian art, though often rigid and symbolic, carries within it a profound depth of meaning that continues to captivate the imagination of modern audiences. The role of art in ancient Egyptian society. Art in ancient Egyptian society played a crucial and multifaceted role, deeply intertwined with the culture's religious, social, and political structures. Unlike art in many other ancient civilizations, Egyptian art was not created for personal or aesthetic purposes, but served as a means to communicate essential truths about life, death, and the cosmos. It functioned primarily to support the divine order and ensure harmony between humans and the gods, providing visual representations that reflected the people's worldview. One of the central purposes of Egyptian art was to facilitate the connection between the living and the divine. The Egyptians believed that the gods were present in their everyday lives, and art was a medium through which they could honor and communicate with these deities. Religious rituals, often depicted in tombs and temples, used art to invoke divine blessings and ensure prosperity. This sacred function of art can be seen in the highly stylized and symbolic representations of gods, pharaohs, and sacred objects, all designed to reflect divine truth rather than earthly reality. The pharaoh, seen as the living god on earth, was a central figure in Egyptian art. Much of the artwork produced during the civilization's long history was created to glorify the ruler, emphasizing his divine nature and role as the mediator between the gods and humanity. Art served as a political tool for the pharaohs to solidify their power and legitimacy, illustrating their achievements, conquests, and divine right to rule. Monumental statues, grand temples, and inscriptions were used to project an image of eternal authority, reinforcing the idea of the pharaoh as a god-king whose reign was sanctioned by the divine. Art also played a significant role in Egyptian funerary practices. The ancient Egyptians held the belief that the afterlife was a continuation of life on earth, and the proper preparation for this journey was paramount. Art was used to decorate tombs, providing sustenance and protection for the deceased. Paintings, sculptures, and inscriptions inside tombs depicted scenes of the deceased's life, including food, family, and activities, ensuring their survival in the afterlife. These works of art were designed not only to honor the dead, but to help them transition into eternity, making art an essential part of the funerary process. In essence, Egyptian art was a powerful tool for expressing the values, beliefs, and social structures of the civilization. It was never just about decoration, but was intended to communicate and preserve the divine, to legitimize rulers, and to secure an eternal existence for the deceased. Through its symbolism and adherence to tradition, Egyptian art provided a window into the soul of one of the most enduring civilizations in history. The connection between art and religion. In ancient Egypt, art and religion were inextricably linked, with artistic expression serving as a means to communicate religious beliefs and maintain cosmic order. Religion permeated every aspect of Egyptian life, and the role of art was to reflect and reinforce these beliefs, often through highly symbolic and ritualistic forms. Art was not created simply for aesthetic enjoyment or personal expression, but was deeply embedded in the spiritual practices of the time, offering a way to honor gods, immortalize the deceased, and ensure the balance of the universe. The Egyptians believed that the gods were ever present and influenced all facets of life, from the natural world to the social structure. As such, art was an essential medium for representing the divine and invoking the protection and favor of deities. Temples, tombs, and public monuments were adorned with images of gods and goddesses, their forms carefully constructed to convey their power, attributes, and relationship to humanity. These depictions were not intended to be realistic, but to embody the eternal, unchanging nature of the divine. Gods were often represented in idealized forms with exaggerated proportions or animal features to communicate their supernatural essence. This artistic style emphasized the difference between the divine and the mortal, reinforcing the notion that gods were beings beyond human comprehension and capable of shaping the fate of the world. The connection between art and religion was particularly evident in Egyptian funerary practices. Ancient Egyptians believed in an afterlife that mirrored life on earth, and art played a vital role in ensuring a successful journey into this next world. Tombs were filled with paintings, carvings, and sculptures meant to provide the deceased with everything they might need for the afterlife, including food, protection, and companionship. These artworks were more than decorative. They were considered sacred tools, created with the purpose of sustaining the soul and ensuring its safe passage to the afterlife. The walls of tombs were often adorned with scenes of the deceased in the presence of gods, as well as depictions of daily life that were believed to continue in the afterlife. Additionally, religious rituals were often expressed and reinforced through art. Temples dedicated to gods were filled with artistic representations of divine figures and sacred events, where rituals were carried out by priests to maintain the favor of the gods and the stability of the cosmos. The role of the pharaoh, as both a divine ruler and intermediary between the gods and the people, was frequently depicted in art to highlight his religious significance and the sacred nature of his rule. These artistic representations were crucial in reinforcing the pharaoh's divine status and ensuring the spiritual well-being of Egypt. Ultimately, the connection between art and religion in ancient Egypt was one of profound importance. Art was not just a reflection of religious beliefs. It was a tool for engaging with the divine, for preserving the eternal, and for ensuring the continuation of life beyond death. Artistic traditions and innovations. Ancient Egyptian art was deeply rooted in tradition, and its consistency over thousands of years is one of its defining characteristics. However, within this structured framework of established norms, there were also moments of innovation, reflecting both the continuity and the adaptability of Egyptian artistic practices. The art produced by the Egyptians was not only a reflection of their cultural and religious beliefs, but also a means of conveying these ideas across generations, ensuring that the symbolism and methods remained consistent while also accommodating new influences and ideas. One of the most enduring features of Egyptian art was its adherence to a specific set of conventions. These conventions were not arbitrary. They were designed to communicate certain truths about the world, the gods, and the afterlife. In this context, Egyptian art was less about creative expression and more about conveying a standardized representation of reality, one that reflected the divine order rather than earthly life. The figures in Egyptian art were often depicted with rigid, formal poses and idealized proportions, with heads and legs shown in profile while the torso was turned forward. This stylized approach to representation allowed the Egyptians to maintain consistency and clarity in their depictions of gods, pharaohs, and the deceased, ensuring that the figures could be easily recognized and understood as eternal divine beings rather than ordinary people. Despite this emphasis on tradition, there were moments when Egyptian artists innovated, particularly in the areas of materials, techniques, and the depiction of movement. For example, the use of color in Egyptian painting was highly symbolic, with specific colors representing various aspects of life and the divine. Red and yellow were associated with the sun, while green symbolized fertility and rebirth. This color symbolism remained largely consistent throughout Egyptian history, but the application of these colors evolved over time as artists experimented with different mediums and techniques, particularly in the later periods of Egyptian history. Another area where innovation occurred was in the representation of the human form. During certain periods, particularly the Amarna period under Pharaoh Akhenaten, there was a departure from traditional conventions as artists began to depict the pharaoh and his family in a more naturalistic and informal style. This shift in artistic representation was a radical departure from the traditional idealized forms and proportions that had been the hallmark of Egyptian art for centuries. Although this period of innovation was relatively short-lived, it showed the capacity for Egyptian artists to break from tradition in response to changing political and religious circumstances. Furthermore, innovations in materials and construction techniques enabled the Egyptians to create monumental architecture and statues that have endured for millennia. The development of more sophisticated stone cutting techniques and the use of durable materials like limestone, sandstone, and granite allowed artists to create large-scale works of art such as the pyramids, temples, and colossal statues of the pharaohs. These works not only demonstrated technical skill, but also symbolized the enduring nature of Egyptian culture and its religious beliefs. In conclusion, while Egyptian art is characterized by its adherence to long-standing traditions, it also displays moments of innovation that reflect the dynamic nature of the civilization. The interplay between tradition and innovation allowed Egyptian art to remain a powerful tool for religious, political, and social expression, and its legacy continues to inspire and captivate the world today. Key periods in Egyptian art history. Egyptian art spans an extensive period of time, over 3,000 years, and during this long history, distinct artistic styles and practices evolved. However, the development of art in ancient Egypt remained deeply rooted in the culture's religious beliefs and societal structure, with each period reflecting the prevailing political, social, and spiritual climate. The key periods in Egyptian art history: Old Kingdom, Middle Kingdom, New Kingdom, and the Late Period, each brought different approaches and innovations, though much of the fundamental style remained consistent throughout. The Old Kingdom, c. 2686 to 2181 BCE, is often referred to as the Age of the Pyramids due to the construction of the Great Pyramids of Giza. During this period, Egyptian art reached its highest degree of formality and rigidity. Art was focused on the representation of the divine and eternal, particularly in the depictions of the pharaohs and their tombs. The strict conventions of Egyptian art were solidified during this time, and artistic representation was highly idealized, with the human form depicted according to a set of proportional rules designed to convey an idealized, timeless figure. Sculpture and monumental architecture flourished, with the construction of grand tombs and statues designed to preserve the memory of the pharaohs for eternity. The Middle Kingdom, c. 2055 to 1650 BCE, marked a period of reunification and relative stability following a time of political turmoil. Artistic production during this time was characterized by greater emotional depth and attention to detail, particularly in the portrayal of the human figure. While the artistic style remained largely conservative, there was an increased focus on individual identity, with tombs of non-royal individuals becoming more elaborate and showcasing a broader range of activities and personal interests. The Middle Kingdom also saw the development of intricate and beautifully crafted jewelry, pottery, and stonework. There was also a shift toward more intimate representations of the gods, contrasting with the distant, imposing figures of the Old Kingdom. The New Kingdom, c. 1550 to 1070 BCE, is considered the peak of ancient Egyptian art, characterized by wealth, power, and monumental construction. During this period, Egypt reached its zenith, with an expansion of territorial boundaries, a thriving economy, and a flourishing artistic scene. The art of the New Kingdom became more varied, with a greater emphasis on realism and movement, particularly in the depiction of the royal family. This period also saw the construction of massive temples dedicated to gods and the pharaohs, along with the creation of large statues and obelisks. One notable departure from earlier periods was the reign of Akhenaten, whose brief and radical attempt to establish monotheism led to the creation of art that was more naturalistic and expressive, particularly in representations of the royal family. The late period, c. 664 to 332 BCE, marked the final stages of Egypt's ancient civilization before it fell under the influence of foreign powers. Art during this time was a mixture of revivalist tendencies and influences from the Greeks and Persians. While the traditional forms and iconography were maintained, there was a marked shift towards a more decorative and less monumental style. The late period also witnessed the decline of the power of the pharaohs, and artistic production became more oriented toward religious and funerary purposes. Many of the grand statues and tombs of this period reflected Egypt's nostalgia for its former glory, with rulers seeking to emulate the greatness of earlier pharaohs. Throughout these key periods, Egyptian art remained deeply tied to religious beliefs and the notion of immortality. Despite fluctuations in style and technique, the underlying principles of balance, symbolism, and adherence to tradition ensured that Egyptian art would continue to endure and captivate for centuries to come. Each period left a unique imprint on the history of Egyptian art, contributing to a legacy that has resonated through time. The influence of geography and culture. The geography and culture of ancient Egypt played a crucial role in shaping its art, influencing everything from the materials used to the symbolic meaning of its representations. Situated along the fertile banks of the Nile River, Egypt's geography not only provided the resources needed for survival, but also framed the worldview that was reflected in its artistic creations. The river was central to Egyptian life, serving as a lifeline for transportation, agriculture, and trade, and its importance is mirrored in the art produced by the civilization. The Nile's annual flooding, which brought rich silt to the soil, was seen as a divine act and became a recurring theme in Egyptian art, symbolizing fertility, renewal, and the cyclical nature of life and death. Egypt's geography also influenced its architectural and artistic choices. The availability of natural resources like limestone, sandstone, and granite allowed the Egyptians to create monumental structures, including the vast pyramids and towering temples. These materials were chosen for their durability, ensuring that the monuments could endure for eternity, just as the Egyptians believed their rulers would. The harsh desert that surrounded the fertile Nile Valley served as a backdrop for the grand monuments, further reinforcing the idea of Egypt as a land of eternal stability and divine order. The contrast between the fertile land of the Nile and the surrounding barren desert is evident in many artistic representations, with the Nile often depicted as the source of life amidst an otherwise desolate landscape. Culturally, Egypt's isolation and its long-lasting stability allowed for the development of a unique artistic tradition that remained remarkably consistent over time. The relative absence of outside influences, particularly in the early periods, meant that Egyptian art adhered to a set of conventions and symbolic representations that endured for millennia. While there were periods of innovation, especially during the New Kingdom and the reign of Akhenaten, these artistic shifts were often still rooted in the religious and cultural values that defined Egyptian society. The Egyptians' worldview, shaped by their geography and culture, was focused on balance, order, and eternity, which became central themes in their art. The belief in Ma'at, the concept of divine order and truth, permeated all aspects of Egyptian life and art, influencing the way gods, pharaohs, and the afterlife were represented. The constant presence of the Nile and the surrounding desert in Egyptian symbolism reflects this quest for balance, with art used to maintain harmony between the divine and the human, the natural and the supernatural, and the living and the dead. In conclusion, the geography and culture of ancient Egypt were not merely passive factors, but active forces that shaped the very essence of Egyptian art. From the materials used in monumental architecture to the symbolic meanings embedded in religious representations, the art of Egypt is a direct reflection of its environment and the deeply held cultural values of its people. Chapter 2: The Foundations of Egyptian Art. The foundations of Egyptian art were built on a set of established conventions that span thousands of years, ensuring continuity and consistency in the artistic expressions of the civilization. At its core, Egyptian art was intended to communicate spiritual, political, and societal truths, and as such, it was deeply influenced by the culture's religious beliefs, social structure, and understanding of the afterlife. Unlike the art of other ancient cultures, which might prioritize aesthetic beauty or realism, Egyptian art was firmly rooted in the concept of eternal order. This order was encapsulated by the idea of Ma'at, a principle that represented balance, truth, and harmony in the cosmos, and it shaped how Egyptian artists approached their work. From its earliest stages, Egyptian art was heavily symbolic. Each element, whether it was the posture of a figure, the use of color, or the depiction of a deity, had a specific meaning. For instance, the depiction of gods and pharaohs in larger-than-life proportions was intended to emphasize their divine or superior status. The use of hierarchical scale was another technique employed to denote importance. The more significant a person or deity, the larger their representation in relation to others. This symbolic approach was not meant to mirror the physical world, but to create a visual language that transcended time, space, and mortality, aiming instead to represent the eternal. Material culture also played an essential role in shaping the foundations of Egyptian art. The availability of local resources, particularly the stone and minerals found along the Nile River, allowed the Egyptians to develop a rich tradition of sculpture and monumental architecture. Limestone, sandstone, and granite were commonly used in the creation of tombs, temples, and statues, all of which were designed to withstand the ravages of time and secure the preservation of the soul in the afterlife. Paintings, too, were characterized by a careful use of materials, with pigments derived from minerals and plants that were applied to walls, tombs, and monuments. This careful selection of materials was integral to the belief in eternity. The materials used were meant to endure as the soul passed from life to death and beyond. The Egyptian approach to artistic representation was also influenced by their understanding of time and the afterlife. Life was seen as a brief, earthly experience, while the afterlife was an eternal continuation of existence. As a result, Egyptian art was always focused on ensuring the preservation of this continuity. The tombs of the elite, for example, were filled with scenes depicting daily life, ensuring that the deceased would continue to enjoy these experiences in the afterlife. Artistic techniques were developed with the specific aim of providing a gateway between the living and the divine, offering sustenance, protection, and continuity. In conclusion, the foundations of Egyptian art lay in a profound understanding of spirituality, eternity, and the natural world. It was a tradition based not on personal expression, but on the pursuit of cosmic order, with every piece of art created to serve a specific purpose within the broader framework of Egyptian society and its beliefs about the afterlife. This adherence to religious and cultural principles allowed Egyptian art to endure across centuries, leaving behind a legacy that continues to inspire and inform our understanding of this ancient civilization. Early Egyptian artistic styles. The early Egyptian artistic styles, spanning from the pre-dynastic period through the Old Kingdom, laid the foundation for the distinctive visual language that would dominate Egyptian art for millennia. These early styles were heavily influenced by Egypt's geographical environment, religious beliefs, and social structure, and were characterized by their symbolic and functional purposes. Far from being driven by a desire for personal expression or aesthetic experimentation, the art of this period was rooted in the necessity of maintaining cosmic order, honoring the divine, and ensuring immortality. In the pre-dynastic period, c. 5500 to 3100 BCE, early Egyptian art primarily served practical purposes. Pottery, jewelry, and small sculptures were crafted using basic techniques, with designs often focusing on geometric patterns, animals, and natural elements. The use of animals as motifs, such as bulls, birds, and fish, was significant as they symbolized various aspects of life and fertility. As the Nile River shaped the civilization's existence, representations of water, plants, and the animals that inhabited the land became important symbols of the cycle of life. The early Egyptians often used simple but effective techniques, such as engraving, to depict these motifs on ceramics and small stone objects. As Egypt unified under the first pharaohs at the beginning of the early dynastic period, c. 3100 to 2686 BCE, art began to take on a more formalized and symbolic role, reflecting the growing political centralization and religious practices of the time. The earliest monumental works from this period, including royal tombs and stela, began to show a more sophisticated use of form and space. The palette of colors expanded with the introduction of mineral-based pigments, and hieroglyphs began to appear as a system of written language. Early royal art began to establish conventions that would persist for centuries, including the use of hierarchical scale, where larger figures signified greater importance, and the formalized depiction of the human body. The Old Kingdom, c. 2686 to 2181 BCE, represents the pinnacle of early Egyptian art, especially in terms of monumental architecture and sculpture. The art of this period was primarily concerned with the afterlife, and the tombs of the pharaohs were adorned with elaborate frescoes and reliefs, ensuring a safe journey to the next life. Statues of pharaohs and high-ranking officials were created with idealized, standardized proportions to signify eternal power and divine right. The strict conventions of Egyptian art were firmly established during this period. Human figures were depicted in composite poses, with heads and legs shown in profile, while torsos were turned forward. This approach was not intended to achieve realism, but to convey the timeless nature of those depicted. Early Egyptian artistic styles were deeply functional, always tied to the religious and cultural beliefs of the civilization. Art was a tool used to communicate spiritual and political messages, whether through pottery, sculpture, or monumental architecture. The use of symmetry, idealized proportions, and symbolic representation laid the groundwork for the highly formalized and enduring art traditions of ancient Egypt. These early styles not only served practical purposes, but also acted as a bridge between the earthly realm and the divine, ensuring the continued prosperity and immortality of both the living and the dead. The importance of symbolism. In ancient Egyptian art, symbolism was not just a decorative element, but a vital tool for communicating spiritual, religious, and social truths. Every detail, from the posture of a figure to the use of specific colors and materials, carried a deeper meaning that transcended its visual representation. This reliance on symbolism was integral to the Egyptians' understanding of the world, their gods, and the afterlife, and it allowed them to create a visual language that connected the mortal and divine realms. One of the most significant aspects of Egyptian art was its use of color as a symbol. Each color had a distinct meaning, tied to the natural world, the gods, or certain virtues. For example, green was associated with fertility, renewal, and rebirth, reflecting the rejuvenation of the land after the annual flooding of the Nile. Blue, often used in depictions of the gods, symbolized the heavens, water, and the divine, while red could represent chaos or disorder, as well as the desert, the land outside the nurturing boundaries of the Nile's floodplain. These colors were not chosen for their aesthetic appeal, but for their connection to cosmic forces and the desired spiritual outcomes. Hieroglyphs, the written language of Egypt, were also deeply symbolic, with each sign or image representing not just a sound, but a concept or idea. The use of hieroglyphs in tombs, temples, and monuments was not simply for communication. It was meant to inscribe the divine order and ensure that the teachings, prayers, and spells would be understood by the gods and lead to a harmonious afterlife. The repetition of certain symbols, such as the ankh representing life or the scarab symbolizing rebirth, reinforced these ideas and made them a constant part of the visual language of Egyptian art. The human form was another area where symbolism played a crucial role. Figures in Egyptian art were not depicted with an emphasis on realistic proportions or individual personality. Instead, they were shown in a stylized manner to convey a sense of timelessness and divine order. The use of composite poses, where heads and legs were shown in profile, but the torso was depicted frontally, was a symbolic representation of balance and order. The pharaoh, for example, was often portrayed larger than other figures to signify his divine and hierarchical importance. This idealization of the human form was designed to convey the eternal and unchanging nature of the divine and the ruler, reinforcing their status as intermediaries between the gods and the people. Symbolism was also critical in the depiction of deities and mythological scenes. Gods were represented with animal heads or specific attributes, such as the sun disk of Ra or the crook and flail of Osiris, to highlight their divine powers and roles. These symbols helped the Egyptians understand their relationship with the gods and the forces of nature, portraying an ordered universe where every element had a place and purpose. In conclusion, symbolism in Egyptian art was essential for conveying the culture's worldview and spiritual beliefs. It provided a means of expressing the divine order, ensuring that the intentions behind artistic works were understood beyond the visual realm. This reliance on symbolic representation allowed Egyptian art to endure and maintain its significance across generations, reinforcing the connection between the physical world and the eternal divine forces that governed it. Color and material choices. In ancient Egyptian art, color and material choices were not merely aesthetic decisions, but were deeply symbolic and integral to the culture's spiritual and cultural expressions. Every color and material used in artwork carried specific meanings and associations, serving both to convey important messages and to reflect the values of the civilization. These elements helped the Egyptians connect the material world with the divine, and their choices in art were carefully aligned with their religious beliefs, social structures, and the cycles of life and death. The use of color in Egyptian art was symbolic and tied to the natural world, the divine, and the forces of life and death. For instance, green and black were often associated with fertility and rebirth. The color green, in particular, was linked to the Nile River and its annual flooding, which brought fertility to the land. Black, similarly, symbolized the rich, fertile soil left by the river's floods, as well as the concept of renewal and resurrection. These colors were frequently used in depictions of the afterlife, where life was thought to continue in a state of perpetual regeneration. In contrast, red was associated with chaos, disorder, and the desert, representing the uncontrollable forces that lay outside the life-giving influence of the Nile. Blue and gold, often used in representations of the gods, symbolize the heavens and the divine. Gold, in particular, was considered the flesh of the gods and was used to depict deities, emphasizing their eternal and otherworldly nature. Materials also played a crucial role in Egyptian art, with the selection of each material carrying symbolic weight. Stone, especially limestone, sandstone, and granite, was the most common medium for monumental sculpture and architecture. The choice of stone reflected the desire for permanence and durability, as Egyptian society believed in the eternal nature of both the pharaohs and the gods. Monuments, statues, and tombs were crafted from these materials to ensure the lasting legacy of the ruler or deity they depicted. The stone's durability mirrored the Egyptians' belief in the continuity of life beyond death, with the material's endurance symbolizing the immortality of the soul. In addition to stone, other materials like wood, ivory, and metals were used in the creation of smaller sculptures, furniture, and jewelry. These materials, often combined with intricate craftsmanship, were used to create objects of both practical use and symbolic importance. The use of gold in jewelry, for instance, was not just decorative but also held sacred meaning, symbolizing purity and the divine. Precious stones, such as lapis lazuli and turquoise, were also frequently employed to enhance these items, adding to their spiritual significance. The use of pigments in wall paintings and tombs was equally important. Natural pigments derived from minerals and plants were applied to surfaces to create vivid depictions of daily life, religious scenes, and symbolic representations. These paintings were more than just decorative. They were integral to the religious practices of the time, designed to ensure the deceased's safe journey into the afterlife or to honor the gods. In conclusion, color and material choices in ancient Egyptian art were not only functional, but also deeply embedded in the cultural and religious framework of the civilization. Each color and material carried specific meanings that reinforced the Egyptians' beliefs in life, death, and the eternal order of the cosmos. These choices helped to create a visual language that communicated the spiritual values of the society and ensured that their art would continue to resonate with meaning for centuries. Development of hieratic and demotic script. The development of Egyptian scripts, including hieratic and demotic, played a pivotal role in the evolution of Egyptian art and culture. These writing systems were vital tools for communication, administration, and religious practices, and they also served as a means of preserving Egypt's history and beliefs. Hieratic and demotic emerged as simplified versions of hieroglyphs, adapting the complex system of pictorial symbols for practical use in everyday life. Hieratic script, which developed around 3000 BCE during the early dynastic period, was initially a cursive form of hieroglyphs used primarily for religious and administrative purposes. While hieroglyphs were primarily reserved for monumental inscriptions, hieratic was more suitable for writing on papyrus, pottery, and other perishable materials. This script was quicker to write and easier to use in day-to-day activities, making it essential for priests, scribes, and officials who needed to document religious texts, decrees, and transactions. Despite its simplification, hieratic retained many of the symbolic meanings of hieroglyphs, ensuring that the spiritual and cultural context of Egyptian writing was preserved. Hieratic was used for centuries, continuing through the New Kingdom, c. 1550 to 1070 BCE and beyond, before it gradually evolved into Demotic script. By the 7th century BCE, during the late period, Demotic script emerged as an even more simplified form of writing. Unlike hieratic, which was still linked to its hieroglyphic roots, Demotic was a more fluid and cursive system that could be written quickly and efficiently. It was used for a variety of practical purposes, including legal documents, contracts, and letters, and eventually became the most common script for daily use in Egypt. The introduction of Demotic reflected the cultural and administrative changes taking place in Egyptian society during the late period, as Egypt became increasingly influenced by foreign powers such as the Persians and Greeks. This script was used alongside hieroglyphs and hieratic in many contexts, especially in the documentation of religious and royal matters. Both hieratic and demotic scripts were essential for preserving Egyptian literature, religious texts, and historical records. Hieratic, with its connection to the sacred, was often employed in the copying of religious texts, including spells and prayers for the afterlife, ensuring that the divine order would be maintained. Demotic, in contrast, represented a more pragmatic and accessible writing system used in legal, administrative, and commercial spheres. The development of these scripts allowed for greater literacy in Egypt, enabling the documentation and transmission of knowledge across generations. In conclusion, the development of hieratic and demotic script was a crucial step in the evolution of Egyptian writing and played a significant role in the broader cultural and religious life of ancient Egypt. These scripts allowed for the widespread dissemination of Egypt's religious, legal, and historical traditions, ensuring that the ancient civilization's knowledge was preserved and passed down. Through these scripts, the Egyptians were able to maintain a record of their society's values and beliefs, reinforcing their sense of continuity and eternal order. Influence of the Nile River on art. The Nile River was the lifeblood of ancient Egyptian civilization, and its profound impact on Egyptian art cannot be overstated. The river not only provided the physical sustenance required for agriculture, trade, and daily life, but also shaped the symbolic and spiritual world of the Egyptians. Art, in its many forms, reflected the significance of the Nile and its central role in the survival and prosperity of the Egyptian people. From depictions of the river in tombs to the use of natural resources, the Nile's influence permeated Egyptian artistic expression. One of the most important ways the Nile influenced Egyptian art was through its connection to the cycle of life, death, and rebirth. The annual flooding of the Nile, which brought fertile silt to the soil and enabled the crops to grow, was seen as a divine gift. This regular event was not only a source of material prosperity, but also symbolized the eternal cycle of renewal. In many tomb paintings and sculptures, scenes of the flooding Nile were depicted to ensure that the deceased would continue to enjoy prosperity in the afterlife. Such images often featured riverboats, fields of crops, and the natural landscape, capturing the relationship between the flood and the renewal of life. The river's cyclical flooding was a powerful metaphor for the cycle of birth, death, and resurrection, which was central to the Egyptian view of the afterlife. The Nile's role in the daily lives of the Egyptians also had a significant impact on artistic representations of everyday activities. Scenes of fishing, hunting, and farming along the riverbanks were commonly depicted in tombs and monuments, reflecting the vital role of the Nile in sustaining life. Fish, birds, and other river creatures were frequently shown in Egyptian art, symbolizing abundance, fertility, and the connection between nature and the divine. These motifs were not only artistic expressions, but also served as assurances that the deceased would have access to these same resources in the afterlife. Additionally, the materials used in Egyptian art were often directly linked to the Nile's bounty. Stone, which was used for monumental sculptures and architecture, was quarried from the banks of the river, while the fertile land around the Nile provided materials for pigments and other artistic tools. The river's influence extended beyond the natural world into the sacred realm. The Egyptians believed that the Nile was the tears of the goddess Isis, symbolizing the connection between the divine and the earth, which artists sought to capture in their works. In conclusion, the Nile River's influence on Egyptian art was far-reaching, shaping both the material and symbolic aspects of artistic production. It was a source of life and death, material wealth, and spiritual significance, and its presence in Egyptian art reinforced the civilization's belief in eternal renewal, divine order, and the interconnectedness of life with nature. Through the depiction of the Nile, the Egyptians sought to express their reverence for the river's role in sustaining not only their physical existence, but also their spiritual and cultural heritage. Chapter 3: Egyptian Architecture, Building the Eternal Monuments. Egyptian architecture is one of the most enduring legacies of ancient Egypt, with monumental structures that have withstood the test of time and continue to captivate the world today. The grand scale and lasting nature of Egyptian architecture were deeply rooted in the civilization's religious beliefs, societal structure, and desire for immortality. From the construction of tombs to temples, every aspect of Egyptian architecture was designed with the goal of ensuring continuity and securing the eternal life of the pharaohs, gods, and the elite. The most iconic example of Egyptian architecture is the pyramid, which evolved over the course of several centuries. The Great Pyramid of Giza, constructed for the pharaoh Khufu during the Old Kingdom, c. 2580 to 2560 BCE, is perhaps the most famous of these monumental structures. The pyramid was not merely a tomb, but a cosmic symbol of the sun's rays, designed to help the pharaoh's soul ascend to the heavens. The sheer scale and precision of the pyramids reflect the Egyptians' advanced understanding of mathematics, engineering, and architecture, as well as their religious commitment to the idea of eternal life. The pyramid's triangular shape represented the sun's rays and symbolized the pharaoh's divine journey to the afterlife. In addition to the pyramids, mortuary temples played a significant role in Egyptian architecture. These temples were designed as places of worship for the deceased pharaohs and were adorned with reliefs and inscriptions depicting scenes from the ruler's life and achievements. Mortuary temples like that of Hatshepsut at Deir el-Bahari stand as striking examples of Egyptian architectural grandeur and religious devotion. The grandeur of these structures emphasized the idea that the pharaoh, even in death, was a divine figure deserving of veneration. Temples dedicated to gods and goddesses were equally important in Egyptian architecture, serving as places where the divine presence could be honored and worshipped. The Temple of Karnak, dedicated to the god Ammon, is a monumental complex that illustrates the evolution of Egyptian religious architecture over time. It features massive pylons, obelisks, and towering columns, with walls covered in intricate carvings depicting religious rituals and the deeds of pharaohs. These temples were designed to reflect the cosmic order and were often oriented with the stars or the sun to align with the natural and divine forces. The use of stone in Egyptian architecture was another distinguishing feature. Stone was durable, symbolizing permanence and the eternal. The massive stone blocks used in the construction of temples and tombs were often quarried from regions along the Nile, reinforcing the connection between the physical world and the divine. Architecture was seen as a way of making the divine tangible, and the stone structures created a physical manifestation of the spiritual beliefs that governed Egyptian society. In conclusion, Egyptian architecture was more than just an expression of artistic skill. It was a powerful tool for reinforcing the civilization's religious beliefs and ensuring the continued existence of the divine order. The construction of monumental structures, such as pyramids, mortuary temples, and religious sanctuaries, reflected a deep commitment to the idea of eternity and the pharaoh's central role in maintaining the cosmic balance. These architectural feats built with lasting materials and intricate designs, stand as a testament to the ancient Egyptians' understanding of life, death, and the immortality they sought to achieve. Pyramids and their architectural significance. The pyramids of ancient Egypt are among the most iconic and enduring symbols of the civilization's architectural achievements. These massive structures, designed as tombs for pharaohs and powerful individuals, were not just feats of engineering, but were deeply symbolic, reflecting the Egyptians' religious beliefs, political power, and understanding of the cosmos. The pyramid shape itself was a symbol of the sun's rays, representing the pharaoh's journey to the afterlife and his connection with the divine. This connection between the physical structure and the spiritual world elevated the pyramid from a mere tomb to a cosmic monument meant to ensure immortality. The architectural significance of the pyramids lies in their scale, precision, and the immense planning required to construct them. The construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza, built for Pharaoh Khufu during the 4th dynasty of the Old Kingdom, c. 2580 to 2560 BCE, is a testament to the Egyptians' advanced knowledge of mathematics and engineering. Standing at 481 feet, the Great Pyramid was the tallest man-made structure in the world for over 3,800 years. Its alignment with the cardinal points of the compass, as well as its precise dimensions, reflects the Egyptians' mastery over both architectural design and astronomical principles. The construction techniques, though still debated, demonstrate an incredible level of coordination, with massive stone blocks carefully cut and transported, some weighing as much as 2.5 tons. The pyramid's role was deeply intertwined with Egyptian religious beliefs, particularly the concept of the afterlife. The shape of the pyramid itself was symbolic of the rays of the sun, allowing the deceased pharaoh to ascend to the heavens and join the gods. The sloping sides of the pyramid represented the pharaoh's soul climbing toward the divine realm, emphasizing the eternal nature of his reign. In this way, the pyramid was not just a tomb, but a powerful statement of the ruler's divine authority and his role in maintaining cosmic order. Pyramids were also constructed with a focus on the afterlife and the protection of the deceased. They were built with intricate burial chambers and passages designed to safeguard the pharaoh's body and possessions from tomb robbers, ensuring that he could live on in the afterlife. The walls of these pyramids were often adorned with spells, prayers, and religious texts, such as those found in the pyramid texts, which were intended to guide the pharaoh's soul through the challenges of the underworld. In addition to their religious and symbolic significance, the pyramids served as representations of the centralized power of the pharaoh. The immense resources required to build such monumental structures underscored the authority of the ruler and the wealth of the state. The pyramids, particularly those at Giza, stood as enduring testaments to the pharaoh's divine right to rule and their ability to command vast human and material resources. In conclusion, the pyramids of ancient Egypt are not only architectural marvels, but also powerful symbols of religious belief, political authority, and cosmic order. Their precise design, monumental scale, and connection to the afterlife reflect the sophisticated knowledge and spiritual aspirations of ancient Egyptians. The pyramid's enduring presence continues to captivate modern minds, offering a glimpse into the architectural brilliance and profound religious worldview of one of the world's most influential civilizations. Temples as spiritual and political symbols. In ancient Egypt, temples were not merely places of worship. They were powerful symbols of both spiritual devotion and political authority. These monumental structures were designed to serve as physical manifestations of the divine and the pharaoh's role as the intermediary between the gods and the people. The grandeur and design of Egyptian temples reflected both the spiritual beliefs of the civilization and the political ambitions of its rulers, blending religious rituals with the assertion of royal power. Temples in Egypt were dedicated to gods, goddesses, and deified pharaohs, with each temple serving as a home for the divine. These structures were designed to house the cult statue of the god, where it would be honored through rituals performed by the priests. The Temple of Karnak, dedicated to the god Amun, is one of the most famous examples of Egyptian temple architecture. Its vast courtyards, towering columns, and massive pylons were designed to inspire awe and convey the majesty of the god it honored. The size and scale of the temple reflected the importance of the god, while the numerous inscriptions on its walls recorded the deeds of pharaohs who contributed to the temple's construction, further asserting their divine authority. The design and placement of temples were also deeply symbolic. Temples were often constructed along the banks of the Nile or near sacred sites to align with the natural and cosmic order. The layout of the temple itself symbolized the journey from the earthly realm to the divine. The approach to the temple was often marked by massive pylons, symbolizing the entrance to a sacred realm, and the temple's inner sanctum, where the deity's statue was kept, was considered the holiest part of the structure. The architecture, with its monumental scale, was intended to represent the primordial chaos from which order was established by the gods. Every element, from the pylons to the towering columns, reinforced the temple's role as a bridge between the human and the divine. Politically, temples were tools of royal propaganda and power. Pharaohs used temple construction to legitimize their reign and demonstrate their divine right to rule. The inscriptions and reliefs that adorned temple walls often depicted the pharaohs performing rituals, making offerings to the gods, and triumphing over their enemies. These images reinforced the idea that the pharaoh was not only a political leader, but a divinely appointed ruler chosen by the gods to maintain cosmic order. Temples served as centers of power, where priests performed rituals that were believed to ensure the prosperity and stability of Egypt. In conclusion, Egyptian temples were both spiritual sanctuaries and political symbols. They embodied the connection between the divine and the earthly realms, with the pharaoh positioned as the intermediary who upheld divine order. The grandeur, design, and purpose of the temples reflected the civilization's religious beliefs, while also asserting the power and authority of the ruling pharaohs. These monumental structures were a physical representation of the intertwined roles of religion and politics in ancient Egypt, underscoring the unshakable belief that the pharaoh's power was granted by the gods themselves. The evolution of tomb design. The design of tombs in ancient Egypt evolved significantly over the millennia, reflecting the changing beliefs surrounding the afterlife, the increasing wealth and power of the pharaohs, and advancements in architectural techniques. Tombs were of paramount importance in Egyptian society, as they served as a final resting place for the deceased and were viewed as a means of ensuring immortality. As such, tomb design became a key element in the Egyptian understanding of death, resurrection, and the preservation of one's soul for eternity. In the early stages of Egyptian history, during the pre-dynastic and early dynastic periods, tombs were relatively simple structures. Early tombs were often pit graves or mastabas, flat-roofed rectangular structures made of mud brick or stone. These early tombs were typically constructed for the elite and pharaohs and featured chambers where the body of the deceased would be buried. Over time, these mastabas became more elaborate, incorporating stone and more intricate designs. The transition to the use of stone was a significant shift, as it was thought to provide greater protection for the deceased and their belongings, which were believed to be essential for the afterlife. The most significant change in tomb design occurred during the Old Kingdom, c. 2686 to 2181 BCE, with the development of the pyramid. The step pyramid, developed by Imhotep for Pharaoh Djoser at Saqqara, marked the beginning of monumental tomb construction. These early pyramids consisted of a series of stacked mastabas, symbolizing the pharaoh's journey to the heavens. The pyramid form itself was symbolic of the sun's rays, a connection to the divine, and the pharaoh's association with the sun god Ra. The Great Pyramid of Giza, built for Pharaoh Khufu, is the most famous example of this design and represents the pinnacle of Old Kingdom tomb architecture. Pyramids were intended to be eternal monuments. They're massive stone structures built to protect the pharaoh's body and ensure his ascent to the afterlife. During the Middle Kingdom, c. 2055 to 1650 BCE, tomb design evolved again, as the focus shifted from grandiose monuments to more individualized, hidden tombs. The pharaohs and elites of this period began to build their tombs in the Valley of the Kings, a remote location meant to safeguard the tombs from robbers. These tombs were often rock-cut and featured elaborate murals and inscriptions on the walls that depicted scenes of the deceased's life, as well as religious texts to help guide them through the afterlife. In the New Kingdom, c. 1550 to 1070 BCE, tombs became even more elaborate and highly decorated. The tombs of pharaohs and nobles in the Valley of the Kings were filled with intricate artwork, depicting the journey to the afterlife and the gods that the deceased would encounter. This period also saw the development of the tomb chapel, which was an essential part of the tomb's design. These chapels were dedicated spaces for offering rituals and prayers to ensure the deceased's successful transition to the afterlife. By the late period and into the Greco-Roman period, tombs began to incorporate more diverse architectural influences, but they remained deeply rooted in the Egyptian tradition of providing for the deceased's needs in the afterlife. Whether monumental pyramids or hidden rock-cut tombs, the evolution of tomb design reflected the complex spiritual and political aspects of Egyptian society, with each new design reinforcing the central belief in immortality and the continuity of life beyond death. In conclusion, the evolution of tomb design in ancient Egypt mirrored the cultural, religious, and political shifts of the civilization. From simple mastabas to monumental pyramids, and eventually to the hidden tombs of the New Kingdom, each stage of tomb architecture was a reflection of the Egyptians' unyielding belief in the afterlife and their desire to ensure the eternal preservation of the soul. Monumental statues and their function. Monumental statues in ancient Egypt were more than just artistic representations. They were powerful symbols of divine authority, eternal life, and the pharaoh's connection to the gods. These colossal figures served both religious and political functions, embodying the godlike nature of the pharaohs and their roles as protectors of Egypt and intermediaries between the divine and mortal realms. Whether placed in temples, tombs, or public spaces, these statues were designed to leave a lasting impression, ensuring that the pharaoh's presence remained eternal and his power unquestioned. One of the primary functions of monumental statues was to immortalize the pharaohs and gods. The Egyptians believed that the soul could be housed within statues, allowing the deceased to continue interacting with the world of the living. The massive statues of pharaohs, such as those of Ramses II at Abu Simbel, were not only intended to display the ruler's divine power, but also served as symbolic guardians, watching over temples, tombs, and important sites. These statues were strategically placed to demonstrate the ruler's divine authority and to make sure that their protective influence extended beyond death. The colossal statues were often positioned in temples or in public spaces to remind the people of the omnipotence of the pharaoh, reinforcing his central role in maintaining cosmic order. In addition to representing the pharaohs, monumental statues also served a spiritual function. The statues of gods like those of Amun or Osiris were housed in temples where they would be venerated through rituals and offerings. These statues were thought to house the living essence of the deity they depicted, with the physical form acting as a conduit for the divine presence. The grandeur and scale of these statues underscored the immense power and importance of the gods in Egyptian life. Temples containing these statues became centers of worship, with the statues themselves being the focal point of religious rituals. Monumental statues also symbolize the eternal nature of the pharaoh's reign. The Egyptians believed in the preservation of the body and the spirit for eternity, and these statues played an important role in ensuring that the pharaoh's likeness was preserved forever. The larger-than-life scale of the statues reflected the grandeur of the individual they represented, while their durability and stone construction emphasized the idea of permanence and immortality. They were intended to outlast the physical life of the ruler, serving as an everlasting testament to their power and divine favor. Furthermore, monumental statues functioned as tools of propaganda, displaying the strength and stability of the Egyptian state. By commissioning these statues, pharaohs could reinforce their image as powerful, divine leaders. They communicated the pharaoh's victories, strength, and divine right to rule, consolidating their political power and reinforcing their role as the protector of Egypt. Statues, with their commanding presence, acted as a form of visual propaganda, ensuring that the ruler's legacy would endure long after their reign had ended. In conclusion, monumental statues in ancient Egypt were not just artistic expressions, but were deeply intertwined with the civilization's religious and political life. They served as symbols of divine authority, tools for ensuring immortality, and instruments of state power. By commissioning and placing these statues, the pharaohs reinforced their status as eternal rulers and intermediaries between the divine and human realms. Through their grandeur and symbolism, these statues continue to reflect the strength and spiritual depth of ancient Egyptian civilization. The role of labor and technology in construction. The construction of monumental structures in ancient Egypt, including temples, pyramids, and tombs, was an extraordinary feat of engineering and organization. These projects required not only advanced technology, but also the labor of thousands of workers, each contributing to the creation of structures that would stand for millennia. The role of labor and technology in these constructions was essential to the success of ancient Egypt's architectural legacy, as it enabled the Egyptians to build with precision and scale that was unparalleled at the time. Labor in ancient Egypt was largely organized and coordinated by the state, particularly during the Old and Middle Kingdoms, when the construction of monumental structures reached its peak. Pharaohs commissioned massive building projects, which required a highly skilled workforce. Contrary to the popular notion that slaves were the primary labor force, most workers involved in construction were skilled laborers, artisans, and seasonal workers, many of whom worked on a rotating basis. These workers were often recruited from local communities and were provided with food, shelter, and payment in the form of rations. For larger, state-sponsored projects like the construction of pyramids, workers might be temporarily relocated to work on the construction sites, where they lived in work camps near the monuments they were building. The technology used in Egyptian construction was advanced for its time, relying on simple yet effective tools and techniques that allowed for precision and durability. The Egyptians were skilled in using copper and bronze tools, such as chisels, hammers, and saws, to carve and shape stone. For large-scale stone construction, they also employed levers, ramps, and sledges to transport and position massive stones, some of which weighed several tons. Ramps of various designs were likely used to move the stone blocks up the sides of pyramids and other structures. These ramps, whether straight or zigzagging, allowed workers to gradually move massive blocks to higher levels as the pyramid rose. One of the most significant technological innovations in ancient Egyptian construction was their understanding of geometry and mathematics. The precise alignment of the pyramids, for example, required advanced knowledge of astronomy and the ability to measure angles and distances accurately. The Egyptians used simple tools like plumb bobs, leveling instruments, and sighting rods to ensure that their structures were perfectly aligned with the cardinal points of the compass. This precision was crucial not only for aesthetic reasons, but also for religious ones, as the alignment of temples and tombs was believed to reflect the cosmic order and the will of the gods. Despite the simplicity of the tools, the coordination of such vast labor forces and the use of basic but effective technology enabled the Egyptians to build monuments that were awe-inspiring in scale and complexity. The construction of the Great Pyramid of Giza, for example, involved the quarrying, transporting, and positioning of millions of stone blocks over the course of several decades, with each step requiring immense organization and careful planning. The fact that these monuments continue to stand today is a testament to the skill of the laborers and the ingenuity of the technological methods they used. In conclusion, the construction of Egypt's monumental architecture relied heavily on the effective use of both labor and technology. The ability to organize vast labor forces and employ simple but powerful tools and techniques enabled the ancient Egyptians to create structures that were not only symbols of power and divine authority, but also marvels of engineering. The success of these projects underscores the sophistication of ancient Egyptian society, where technology and labor were seamlessly integrated to create lasting symbols of Egypt's grandeur. Chapter 4: Sculpture and Reliefs. Sculpture and reliefs played a central role in ancient Egyptian art, reflecting both the civilization's religious beliefs and its social and political structure. Unlike other cultures where sculpture was primarily seen as an artistic expression, in Egypt, it was deeply symbolic and functional. Sculptural forms, whether freestanding statues or carved reliefs on tomb walls and temple columns, were designed to serve a range of purposes, from honoring gods and pharaohs to ensuring the deceased's immortality. Egyptian sculpture was characterized by its adherence to conventions and its focus on permanence and symbolism. The figures of gods, pharaohs, and important individuals were typically portrayed in a formalized manner, designed to reflect the eternal nature of the subject. Pharaohs were often depicted larger than life, symbolizing their divine status and their power over the people and the land. The proportion of figures, including the rigid postures and frontal views, followed strict conventions to portray them as eternal, idealized beings rather than as individuals with imperfections. These conventions were designed to reinforce the idea that the figure represented something beyond the individual, embodying divine or cosmic power. One of the most famous forms of Egyptian sculpture is the colossal statues of pharaohs, like the Great Sphinx of Giza, or the statues of Ramses II at Abu Simbel. These monumental works were designed not just as symbols of power, but also as guardians of sacred spaces, such as temples and tombs. The scale and positioning of these statues reinforced the concept of the ruler as a divine being, who had the ability to control the forces of nature and protect the kingdom. Sculptures of gods, placed within temples, also served as a focal point for worship, believed to house the divine essence of the deity. In addition to freestanding statues, relief sculpture was a dominant art form in ancient Egypt, especially in tombs and temples. Reliefs were carved directly into the stone walls of tombs and temples, and they depicted scenes of daily life, religious rituals, and the journeys of the soul in the afterlife. The purpose of these reliefs was to ensure the deceased's safe passage to the afterlife and to guarantee that they were remembered by the living. In tombs, reliefs often depicted the deceased in idealized forms, engaging in activities such as feasting, hunting, and receiving offerings, all meant to provide for the soul in the afterlife. Reliefs in temples, on the other hand, often depicted scenes of the pharaoh performing rituals and offerings to the gods, emphasizing his divine role and the importance of maintaining order in the universe. The reliefs were not just decorative, they served a functional and spiritual role, connecting the divine and the mortal realms. The hierarchical scale in reliefs, where larger figures represented more important subjects, reinforced the concept of divine order and the supremacy of the pharaoh. Sculpture and reliefs in ancient Egypt were integral to the civilization's worldview. They were not just representations of the human form, but embodied complex spiritual, political, and religious ideas. Whether carved in stone or molded from bronze, these artworks served to immortalize the subjects they depicted, ensuring their continued presence in the afterlife and their enduring influence over the living world. Through their precise conventions, scale, and symbolism, Egyptian sculptures and reliefs continue to be a testament to the civilization's artistic and spiritual depth. Characteristics of Egyptian sculpture. Egyptian sculpture is renowned for its distinct characteristics, which reflect the civilization's deep spiritual beliefs, rigid social structure, and adherence to traditional artistic conventions. The style of Egyptian sculpture was highly formalized and rooted in symbolism, with the primary goal being to create timeless, idealized representations that conveyed the eternal nature of both the subject and the culture itself. This characteristic of permanence was fundamental to the way the Egyptians approached art, particularly in their depictions of gods, pharaohs, and the deceased. One of the defining features of Egyptian sculpture is its adherence to a set of rigid rules regarding proportions and posture. Figures were often depicted in a highly stylized, idealized manner, where the focus was not on the individual's uniqueness, but on their connection to the divine and the eternal. The rule of proportions in Egyptian sculpture was based on a grid system, ensuring that the body was depicted in a consistent manner. For example, the pharaoh, as a divine ruler, was often shown with larger-than-life proportions, symbolizing his elevated status. This idealization was meant to reflect the divine nature of the subject, whether it was a god, a king, or a prominent official, rather than capturing realistic human likeness. Egyptian sculptors adhered to a principle known as frontality, where figures were typically shown from a frontal view, often standing or seated in rigid, symmetrical poses. This approach to sculpture emphasized stability and permanence, reinforcing the idea that the depicted figure would endure forever. The stance of the figure, with its firm, upright posture and minimal movement, symbolized strength, authority, and control. Even in representations of deities, this formality was maintained to evoke the idea of unchanging divine power. The materials used in Egyptian sculpture were chosen for their durability, with stone being the most common medium. Limestone, sandstone, and granite were frequently used, with larger statues being carved from harder stones like granite, which were seen as more enduring. The use of such durable materials symbolized the desire to create works that would last for eternity, safeguarding the spirit of the subject depicted. In some cases, bronze was used for smaller sculptures, particularly in depictions of gods or animals, but stone remained the dominant medium for monumental works. The use of color was also an important characteristic of Egyptian sculpture, although it was applied more prominently in reliefs and wall paintings than in freestanding statues. The painted sculptures and reliefs were carefully color-coded, with specific hues assigned to different parts of the body to symbolize gender, age, and social rank. For example, men were often depicted with reddish-brown skin, while women were shown with lighter yellowish tones to signify youth and beauty. Finally, Egyptian sculpture was often functional and served religious, political, or symbolic purposes. Statues of gods, kings, and the deceased were created not only as artistic expressions, but as vessels for the divine, or as means to ensure the immortality of the individual. They were meant to be part of rituals, placed in tombs or temples, and to act as intermediaries between the mortal and divine worlds. This focus on functionality, combined with the strict adherence to conventions and symbolism, gave Egyptian sculpture a timeless and otherworldly quality, reflecting the culture's beliefs in eternity and the afterlife. In conclusion, Egyptian sculpture is characterized by its adherence to rigid artistic conventions, its focus on idealization, and its deep connection to the religious and political ideologies of ancient Egypt. Whether through its formalized proportions, symbolic use of materials, or frontality, Egyptian sculpture was designed not only to represent the physical form, but to immortalize the subject and ensure their continued existence in the afterlife. These characteristics contributed to the lasting influence and grandeur of Egyptian art. Famous sculptures: the Sphinx and the great statues. Among the many remarkable works of art that have survived from ancient Egypt, the Great Sphinx of Giza and the monumental statues of pharaohs stand as iconic representations of the civilization's artistic and symbolic achievements. These sculptures, both in terms of their scale and their significance, reflect the Egyptian values of power, eternity, and the divine authority of the pharaohs. The Sphinx and the statues of pharaohs like Ramses II and the Colossi at Abu Simbel exemplify the technical prowess and deep cultural meaning behind Egyptian sculpture. The Great Sphinx of Giza, perhaps the most recognizable of all Egyptian sculptures, is a colossal limestone figure with the body of a lion and the head of a pharaoh. It is believed to represent Pharaoh Khafre, whose pyramid is located nearby, though some scholars have debated its exact attribution. The Sphinx is carved directly into the bedrock and stands as a symbol of royal power and divine guardianship. Its lion body represents strength, while the pharaoh's head embodies wisdom and authority. The scale of the Sphinx is overwhelming, with a length of 73 meters, 240 feet, and a height of 20 meters, 66 feet, making it the largest monolithic statue in the world. Positioned near the pyramids, it was meant to protect the necropolis, serving as a divine sentinel over the tombs of Egypt's rulers and ensuring their safety in the afterlife. The sheer size and precision of the Sphinx highlight the Egyptians' remarkable skill in both engineering and symbolic expression, making it one of the greatest achievements in the history of sculpture. In addition to the Sphinx, the monumental statues of pharaohs are some of the most impressive sculptures in ancient Egypt. One of the most famous is the statue of Ramses II at Abu Simbel. Carved into the mountainside, this temple complex features 4 massive statues of Ramses II, each standing at an awe-inspiring 20 meters, 66 feet tall. These statues were designed not only as symbols of the pharaoh's immense power, but also as tools of propaganda. Ramses II, known for his military achievements and long reign, commissioned the statues to emphasize his godlike status and to commemorate his victories, particularly his victory at the Battle of Kadesh. The statues at Abu Simbel were strategically placed to face the rising sun, symbolizing the eternal nature of the pharaoh and the divine light that illuminated his reign. The grandeur and size of these statues, carved with intricate detail and set within the rock itself, communicate the timelessness of Ramses II's power, ensuring that his memory would endure long after his death. These monumental sculptures, such as the Sphinx and the statues of Ramses II, were not just artistic endeavors, but powerful statements of divine authority and the eternal nature of the pharaoh's rule. They were designed to withstand the ravages of time, ensuring that the legacy of Egypt's rulers would be preserved for eternity. The scale, symbolism, and location of these sculptures illustrate the central role that art played in maintaining the divine order of the cosmos, reinforcing the connection between the king, the gods, and the people of Egypt. Today, these statues remain as enduring symbols of ancient Egyptian civilization, attracting admiration for their scale, precision, and cultural significance. Funerary reliefs depicting the afterlife. Funerary reliefs in ancient Egypt were integral to the culture's complex beliefs about the afterlife, serving both as commemorations of the deceased and as tools to ensure their continued existence in the spiritual realm. These reliefs were typically carved into the walls of tombs and burial chambers, depicting scenes of daily life, offerings, and rituals designed to assist the deceased on their journey to the afterlife. Through these carvings, the Egyptians sought to guarantee that the deceased would be provided for and remembered, enabling them to achieve a peaceful and prosperous existence in the afterlife. The primary purpose of funerary reliefs was to help the deceased transition to the afterlife and secure their immortality. The tombs of high-ranking individuals, including nobles and pharaohs, were adorned with these reliefs to preserve their identity and ensure their eternal well-being. Scenes often depicted the deceased in idealized forms, engaged in activities such as hunting, feasting, or interacting with family members, all of which were believed to sustain them in the afterlife. These scenes were not just for decoration. They had a functional role, ensuring that the deceased would continue to enjoy the comforts and pleasures they experienced during life. Offerings of food and drink, shown in great detail, were meant to be transferred to the deceased's spirit, ensuring their sustenance in the next world. Additionally, funerary reliefs depicted the rituals that the deceased would undergo on their journey to the afterlife, including offerings and prayers made by family members and priests. The rituals were vital in Egyptian religion, as they helped the deceased navigate challenges and reach a state of eternal peace. One of the most common themes in funerary reliefs was the depiction of the deceased before a variety of gods, such as Osiris, the god of the afterlife, and Anubis, the god of mummification. These scenes reinforced the idea that the deceased was under divine protection and would be judged favorably in the afterlife. The artistic style of these reliefs was highly formalized, with strict conventions governing how the figures were to be represented. The deceased was typically shown in a seated or standing position, with a calm, serene expression to signify their transition to a state of eternal tranquility. The figures were also rendered in a hierarchical scale, where the deceased was often portrayed in larger proportions compared to other figures, underscoring their importance and reinforcing their elevated status in the afterlife. Funerary reliefs also played a symbolic role in depicting the continuation of life. By immortalizing the deceased in this way, these works of art ensured that the person's spirit would remain intact, continuing to interact with the living through their likeness. This connection between the living and the dead was a crucial element in Egyptian funerary practices, and the reliefs were a visual manifestation of this enduring relationship. In conclusion, funerary reliefs were central to ancient Egyptian beliefs about death and the afterlife. They were more than just artistic expressions. They were vital instruments in ensuring that the deceased would be cared for in the next world. Through detailed depictions of daily activities, offerings, and divine protection, these reliefs allowed the deceased to remain part of the eternal cosmic order, helping them to achieve a blessed and peaceful afterlife. These works of art continue to provide insight into the spiritual life of ancient Egypt and the civilization's complex understanding of life and death. The use of hieroglyphics in sculptural art. In ancient Egypt, hieroglyphics were far more than a writing system. They were an essential part of the visual and symbolic language embedded in the culture's artistic and architectural traditions. The integration of hieroglyphics into sculptural art is a distinctive feature of Egyptian artistry, serving not only as a means of communication, but also as a powerful tool for spiritual and political expression. The precise and elaborate nature of hieroglyphs in sculpture made them an integral component of monumental art, especially in tombs, temples, and statues, where they were used to convey important religious texts, dedications, and the deeds of rulers. Hieroglyphics were often inscribed on the surfaces of statues, stelae, and the walls of temples and tombs. In these contexts, the writing was more than just decorative. It had profound symbolic significance. In tombs, hieroglyphics were used to inscribe spells, prayers, and the names of the deceased. These inscriptions were meant to ensure that the deceased's name and spirit would survive for eternity. The names of kings, gods, and nobles were carved onto the surfaces of statues and monuments to immortalize their legacy, solidify their divine or royal status, and affirm their connection to the afterlife. The relationship between hieroglyphics and sculptural art was particularly evident in the way the writing was integrated into the overall design of the sculpture. Hieroglyphic text was often carved into the same material as the sculpture itself, either on the base of statues or alongside figures in relief. In some cases, the inscription would complement the image, offering additional context or explaining the purpose of the sculpture. For example, a statue of a pharaoh might feature inscriptions detailing his achievements or divine lineage, reinforcing his status as an earthly and divine ruler. These inscriptions, typically in the form of royal decrees or prayers, help to define the character of the sculpture, turning it into a vessel for both visual and textual representation. In temples, hieroglyphics often adorn the walls alongside relief carvings, adding another layer of meaning to the depicted scenes. The combination of images and hieroglyphs reinforced the intended message of the artwork, whether it was a depiction of the pharaoh offering sacrifices to the gods or a scene of the deceased in the afterlife. The two elements work together to communicate complex religious and political ideas, with hieroglyphs providing the verbal explanation and the sculptures offering the visual representation. The placement of hieroglyphics within sculptural works was carefully planned. Often, the script would follow the contours of the sculpture, curving along a column or wrapping around a figure, ensuring that it was an integral part of the composition rather than a separate element. The combination of the two allowed the Egyptians to blend art and writing into a cohesive expression of their worldview, reinforcing the link between language, power, and divinity. In conclusion, the use of hieroglyphics in Egyptian sculptural art was not merely an aesthetic choice, but a fundamental aspect of how the ancient Egyptians expressed their beliefs, memorialized their rulers, and ensured the continuity of life and legacy. By incorporating writing into their sculptures, the Egyptians were able to imbue their art with deeper meanings, allowing these works to serve as powerful symbols of immortality, divine authority, and spiritual connection. This integration of text and image set Egyptian art apart, making it one of the most visually and symbolically complex artistic traditions in history. Portraiture and its relationship to eternity. In ancient Egypt, portraiture played a crucial role in preserving the identity and essence of an individual for eternity. Unlike portraiture in other cultures, which often focused on realistic depictions of a person's appearance, Egyptian portraiture was primarily concerned with capturing the idealized form and immortalizing the subject. The Egyptians believed that the physical form was merely a temporary vessel for the soul, and it was through portraiture, particularly in sculpture, that they sought to ensure the continued existence of the individual in the afterlife. Egyptian portraiture was deeply connected to the concept of Ka, the life force or spirit that existed within a person. The Ka was believed to continue to live on after death, and in order to guarantee its survival, it needed to be remembered and honored by the living. Portraits, whether in the form of statues, stelae, or wall reliefs, were created to serve as an enduring likeness of the deceased, ensuring their memory would not fade over time. The emphasis was not on portraying the individual's true likeness, but on presenting a timeless, idealized version of them, one that would withstand the ravages of time and remain powerful in the afterlife. The conventional style of Egyptian portraiture was highly formalized and followed strict artistic conventions that emphasized stability, permanence, and order. Pharaohs and nobility were often depicted with larger-than-life proportions, symbolizing their divine status and eternal nature. Even individuals of lesser rank were portrayed in idealized forms, emphasizing their connection to the divine and reinforcing the notion of eternity. Features such as wide, almond-shaped eyes, symmetrical faces, and carefully constructed postures all serve to communicate the person's ideal, unchanging essence rather than the nuances of their physical appearance. This idealization was intended to ensure that the subject's soul would remain protected and would be able to cross into the afterlife. The notion of eternity was also reflected in the materials used in portraiture. Statues were often made from durable materials such as limestone, granite, or basalt, chosen for their ability to endure for millennia. The permanence of the material symbolized the enduring nature of the soul, while the sculpture itself acted as a vessel for the Ka, preserving the person's identity in the physical world. These statues and reliefs were often placed in tombs or temples, where they would serve as a constant reminder of the deceased, offering them protection and sustenance in the afterlife. Portraiture in ancient Egypt was more than an artistic endeavor. It was a spiritual and functional practice aimed at ensuring the continued existence of the individual beyond death. The careful idealization and symbolic representation of the subject in art were integral to the Egyptian belief in immortality. These portraits were designed to last forever, not only preserving the physical appearance of the subject, but also their identity, spirit, and connection to the divine, thus ensuring their place in the eternal cycle of life and death. Through portraiture, the ancient Egyptians found a way to transcend the limitations of the mortal world and connect with the divine, achieving the immortality they so deeply desired. Chapter 5: Painting and Decorative Arts. In ancient Egypt, painting and decorative arts were integral components of both public and private spaces, deeply connected to the culture's spiritual beliefs and its emphasis on immortality. The Egyptians used painting not just as an aesthetic tool, but as a means to communicate divine truths, document history, and ensure the well-being of individuals in the afterlife. The murals and decorations found in tombs, temples, and palaces served various functions, from portraying the daily life of the deceased to invoking the presence of gods and securing a favorable journey in the afterlife. One of the most notable aspects of Egyptian painting is its adherence to specific conventions and a formalized style. Figures were depicted using a composite view, with heads and legs shown in profile, while torsos were rendered frontally. This method allowed for the most recognizable and symbolic portrayal of human figures, rather than a realistic one. The faces were often shown with large eyes, which were painted with great care to reflect clarity and spiritual insight. The rigidity of these conventions had symbolic meaning, suggesting that the depicted figures were meant to transcend time and space and exist eternally, rather than just in the present moment. In tombs, walls were adorned with scenes that depicted the deceased's life, including images of them enjoying food, engaging in leisure activities, or interacting with family members. These vibrant, lively scenes were not simply artistic representations. They were intended to provide the deceased with the comforts of the material world in the afterlife. Additionally, there were images of gods and goddesses, including Osiris, the god of the afterlife, and Anubis, the god of mummification, which conveyed a sense of divine protection and guidance for the deceased's soul. These divine representations helped connect the deceased with the divine order, ensuring their safe passage into the afterlife. The colors used in Egyptian painting also carried deep symbolic meanings. Red and yellow were often associated with life and vitality, while black was a color linked to the underworld and death, but also to fertility and rebirth. The use of bright, earthy pigments, sourced from minerals such as ochre, malachite, and lapis lazuli, further emphasized the importance of symbolism in the art. The use of these colors in the context of tomb paintings or temple murals was designed to evoke specific divine and spiritual forces that would benefit the deceased. In temples and royal palaces, murals and frescoes depicted the pharaohs in divine or heroic poses, often receiving offerings from gods or interacting with mythological figures. These paintings reinforced the pharaoh's divine role as an intermediary between the gods and the people, perpetuating his eternal legacy. The decorative arts in these spaces were as much about political and religious ideology as they were about artistic expression. The decorative arts in Egypt were not confined to murals and paintings, but extended to various objects such as pottery, jewelry, and textiles. These items were decorated with intricate patterns, often featuring motifs from nature, gods, or animals, and were designed to be both functional and symbolic. Jewelry, in particular, was crafted with materials like gold, silver, and precious stones, and often bore inscriptions or images that linked the wearer to divine protection and immortality. In conclusion, painting and decorative arts in ancient Egypt were more than simple visual representations. They were vital instruments for ensuring the spiritual well-being of the individual, for communicating divine truths, and for reinforcing the social and political structures of the time. The highly stylized, symbolic nature of Egyptian painting allowed it to transcend mere decoration, serving as a powerful tool for immortality and divine connection. These arts, as seen in tombs, temples, and everyday life, reflected the Egyptians' deep reverence for the divine, the afterlife, and the eternal preservation of the soul. Wall paintings in tombs and temples. Wall paintings in ancient Egypt played an essential role in the cultural and religious practices surrounding death, the afterlife, and the divine. The walls of tombs and temples were often covered with vibrant murals and paintings that depicted scenes of daily life, divine figures, and mythological themes. These paintings were not just artistic expressions, but were deeply tied to the Egyptians' belief in immortality, the protection of the deceased, and their connection to the gods. In tombs, wall paintings were primarily intended to ensure the continued existence of the deceased in the afterlife. The scenes depicted on the walls of these tombs often portrayed the deceased engaged in various activities they enjoyed in life, such as hunting, feasting, or receiving offerings. These paintings were symbolic of the deceased's eternal life, as they were meant to provide the deceased with the things they would need for a comfortable afterlife. The idea was that these vibrant, lifelike images would come to life in the spiritual realm and ensure that the deceased would enjoy the same pleasures and comforts they experienced in the physical world. Through these depictions, the living were able to honor their ancestors and secure their well-being in the afterlife. The artwork in tombs also depicted gods and goddesses, often in the form of large, symbolic representations. Deities such as Osiris, the god of the afterlife, Anubis, the god of mummification, and Horus, the god of the sky, were commonly featured to provide divine protection for the deceased. The presence of these deities in the tomb paintings was meant to guide the deceased through their journey to the afterlife, ensuring a favorable judgment in the afterlife and providing safe passage to the underworld. These divine figures were typically depicted in a highly stylized manner, following the formalized conventions of Egyptian art, where gods were shown in the most idealized forms to emphasize their divine power and significance. Temples, on the other hand, were adorned with paintings that highlighted the relationship between the pharaoh and the gods. These murals often depicted the pharaohs offering sacrifices or prayers to the gods, reinforcing their divine authority and their role as intermediaries between the gods and the people. In many temples, the walls were covered with intricate paintings that told the stories of the gods and their actions, explaining creation myths, divine battles, and the pharaoh's role in maintaining cosmic order. These murals were intended not only to honor the gods, but also to maintain the balance between the divine and human realms, ensuring prosperity and harmony for the kingdom. Both tomb and temple paintings followed strict artistic conventions. Figures were portrayed with their heads in profile, torsos shown frontally, and legs depicted in profile, allowing for the clearest and most symbolic representation of human form. The use of bold colors, such as gold, red, blue, and black, was also deliberate, with each color carrying specific symbolic meaning related to life, death, fertility, and rebirth. In conclusion, wall paintings in tombs and temples were far more than decorative elements. They were deeply rooted in Egyptian spiritual beliefs, providing a visual connection to the divine and ensuring the survival of the deceased in the afterlife. These paintings were symbolic tools created to evoke the necessary spiritual forces for protection, sustenance, and immortality. Through these murals, ancient Egyptians created a visual language that reinforced their religious practices, memorialized their rulers, and celebrated the eternal nature of life beyond death. The use of color and its symbolic meaning. In ancient Egypt, color was more than just a visual element. It was an integral part of the cultural and spiritual framework. The use of color in Egyptian art, from tomb paintings to statues, jewelry, and architecture, was highly symbolic, with each color carrying a specific meaning that connected to the broader themes of life, death, nature, and the divine. The Egyptians employed a rich palette of colors derived from natural minerals and stones, and these colors were used with great intention to convey various metaphysical and religious ideas. One of the most significant colors in Egyptian art was red, which symbolized life, vitality, and the natural world. Red was often associated with the life-giving forces of the sun and the desert, where it was a color of both creation and destruction. In tomb paintings, red was frequently used to depict human figures, particularly for the flesh of the deceased or their attendants, signifying the living and the connection to the physical world. In contrast, black had a dual meaning in Egyptian culture. On one hand, it was the color of the underworld, associated with death, decay, and the afterlife. However, it also symbolized fertility and rebirth, as the soil of the Nile River, which was dark and rich, brought new life and abundance to the land. Thus, black represented both the end of life and the possibility of renewal, a reflection of the cyclical nature of existence. The color yellow was often associated with gold, the sun, and eternity. It was a symbol of immortality and divine power, and was frequently used to depict the flesh of gods and deities, emphasizing their eternal and unchanging nature. The Egyptians believed that gold was the skin of the gods, particularly the sun god Ra, which is why it was used to represent the divine. Similarly, blue and green were connected to the Nile River and nature's regenerative powers. Blue symbolized the heavens, the cosmos, and water, while green represented the life-giving forces of the Nile, agriculture, and fertility. The abundance of the Nile's waters and the crops they nourished made blue and green colors of prosperity and hope for renewal in both the physical and spiritual realms. White, as a color of purity and sacredness, was often used in representations of temples, burial cloths, and sacred objects. It symbolized cleanliness, spiritual power, and was frequently associated with the gods, signifying their divine and untouchable nature. Gold and silver, when used in combination with these colors, further emphasized divine qualities, especially in jewelry, statues, and burial items. The Egyptians often used precious metals in their art to honor the gods, rulers, and those who had passed, solidifying their connection to the divine realm. In addition to these individual meanings, color also had practical purposes in Egyptian art. It was used to differentiate between the social status of individuals, such as using darker tones for lower status figures and lighter tones for higher status individuals, and to enhance the narrative of a scene, emphasizing important figures or divine elements. In conclusion, color in ancient Egyptian art was deeply intertwined with religious and cultural beliefs, serving as a visual language that conveyed complex spiritual and cosmic ideas. The symbolic meanings attached to different colors were crucial in expressing concepts of life, death, immortality, fertility, and divine power, giving art in ancient Egypt a profound and enduring spiritual significance. Through color, Egyptians were able to connect the material world with the divine, ensuring harmony and balance between both realms. Egyptian mosaics and their evolution. Mosaics, though not as prominent in ancient Egyptian art as wall paintings or sculpture, still played a significant role in the visual culture of the civilization, especially during the later periods. Mosaics were often used in temples, tombs, and royal palaces, incorporating a variety of materials, from stone and glass to faience and other colorful stones. These mosaics evolved over time, reflecting changes in artistic practices and influences from neighboring cultures. The earliest forms of Egyptian mosaics can be traced back to the Middle Kingdom, c. 2040 to 1782 BCE, where small inlaid stones were used to create simple patterns and decorative motifs. These early mosaics were often used in the decoration of floors, walls, and tombs, where they served both an aesthetic and functional purpose. In this period, Egyptian mosaics were typically composed of small pieces of stone, glass, or ceramic set into a surface, forming intricate geometric patterns or symbolic designs. These mosaics, while relatively simple, played an important role in the overall design of tombs and temples, as they were meant to evoke the divine order and bring spiritual harmony. During the New Kingdom, c. 1550–1070 BCE, the use of mosaics began to expand, influenced by both Egyptian traditions and external artistic practices, particularly those from the Near East and the Aegean. This period saw the emergence of more sophisticated and elaborate mosaics, often featuring scenes of deities, pharaohs, or royal imagery. Mosaics began to be used in a broader range of contexts, from the walls of temples to the floors of tombs and even in personal jewelry. The designs became more complex, incorporating detailed depictions of gods and symbolic motifs, reinforcing the connection between the material world and the divine. One of the most notable developments in Egyptian mosaics occurred during the Greco-Roman period, following Alexander the Great's conquest of Egypt in 332 BCE. During this time, Egyptian mosaics began to incorporate new techniques and materials, blending traditional Egyptian styles with the influences of Greek and Roman art. Glass, particularly colored glass tesserae, became increasingly popular as it allowed for the creation of more vibrant and intricate designs. These mosaics were used to decorate both public and private spaces, including the floors of villas and palaces, as well as the walls of temples. The motifs used in Egyptian mosaics during the Greco-Roman period were often inspired by nature, mythology, and daily life, reflecting the broader cosmopolitan culture of the time. Animals, plants, and scenes from Egyptian mythology were common themes, while new elements, such as human figures, became more prevalent due to the influence of Hellenistic art. These mosaics often served as a testament to the blending of Egyptian, Greek, and Roman artistic traditions, creating a unique fusion of styles that characterized the later periods of Egyptian art. In conclusion, Egyptian mosaics evolved significantly over the centuries, adapting to changing tastes and cultural influences. While their use was initially limited to simple geometric patterns and symbolic representations, mosaics became more complex and varied in their designs, especially during the New Kingdom and Greco-Roman periods. Mosaics in Egypt not only served as decorative elements, but also played a significant role in conveying religious, political, and cultural messages, ensuring their place in the rich tapestry of Egyptian art history. Through their evolution, mosaics reflected both the continuity and transformation of Egyptian art in the face of shifting political, cultural, and artistic landscapes. Ceramics and pottery as artistic expression. In ancient Egypt, ceramics and pottery were not only functional objects but also served as a powerful medium for artistic expression, reflecting the cultural, religious, and social values of the civilization. The production of pottery in Egypt was a highly skilled craft, practiced by artisans who created both everyday utilitarian items and more intricate works for ceremonial or decorative purposes. Pottery, like other forms of art in Egypt, was intertwined with the symbolism of life, death, and the divine, and it was essential in both the domestic and religious spheres. The Egyptian potter's wheel, which was used from the Old Kingdom onward, allowed for the mass production of pottery vessels, from simple storage jars to finely crafted containers used in rituals or as grave goods. While everyday pottery was designed with practical considerations in mind, such as the need for durability and utility, even these everyday items often incorporated stylistic elements that reflected the broader artistic traditions of Egypt. The shapes and forms of Egyptian pottery were typically simple, with functional items such as bowls, jars, and vases being made with elegant lines and proportions that emphasized symmetry. The pottery was often decorated with geometric patterns, animal motifs, and hieroglyphs, linking the objects to the symbolic world of the Egyptians. In addition to practical pottery, more elaborate works were created for ritual purposes or as luxury items for the elite. Some ceramics were intricately painted with scenes of daily life or religious themes, often depicting gods, pharaohs, or sacred symbols like the ankh and the scarab. These decorative elements were more than ornamental. They were believed to possess magical or protective powers, ensuring divine favor or safeguarding the owner from harm. Pottery used in tombs or temples, for instance, often carried symbols intended to aid the deceased in their journey to the afterlife or invoke the blessings of the gods. One of the most significant aspects of Egyptian pottery was its role in funerary practices. Pottery vessels were often included in tombs as grave goods, serving both practical and symbolic functions. Jars and containers were used to hold food, oils, and perfumes for the deceased, offering them sustenance in the afterlife. However, the inclusion of pottery in tombs also had deeper religious significance. Pottery, especially in the form of ritual vessels, was seen as a conduit for the deceased soul to connect with the divine, ensuring protection and a smooth transition to the afterlife. Elaborate burial pottery might feature intricate designs and inscriptions, further emphasizing its importance as both an object of ritual and an artistic creation. Ceramics and pottery also played a role in the broader artistic expression of the ancient Egyptian worldview. The designs on pottery were often influenced by religious beliefs, with motifs that reflected the Egyptians' connection to the natural world, the gods, and the cosmos. The use of color in pottery was also significant, with certain colors such as red, black, and gold carrying specific symbolic meanings that tied the objects to the spiritual realm. In conclusion, ceramics and pottery in ancient Egypt were far more than functional items. They were important vehicles for artistic expression, reflecting the cultural, religious, and social life of the civilization. Whether in everyday use or in ceremonial contexts, Egyptian pottery was a medium through which the Egyptians could convey their beliefs about life, death, and the divine. Through its craftsmanship, decoration, and symbolism, pottery played a vital role in connecting the material world with the spiritual, making it an enduring form of artistic expression in Egyptian culture. Textile art and weaving techniques. Textile art in ancient Egypt was a highly developed craft integral to daily life, religious practices, and the elite's cultural expression. The Egyptians produced a variety of textiles, including garments, linens, and decorative pieces, using weaving techniques that were passed down through generations. Textiles were not only functional items, but also served as important symbolic and artistic expressions, often conveying social status, religious affiliation, and personal wealth. The basic material used in Egyptian textiles was flax, from which linen was made. Linen, prized for its softness and breathability, was the fabric of choice for clothing and ceremonial purposes. Flax fibers were harvested, spun into thread, and then woven into cloth. The Egyptians mastered the art of spinning and weaving by hand, often using simple tools like the spindle and the loom. Weaving techniques evolved over time, with Egyptians developing both horizontal and vertical looms. The vertical loom, particularly in the New Kingdom, allowed for the creation of finer, more detailed patterns in fabric, showcasing the craft's sophistication. Linen garments were worn by people of all social classes, with the quality and elaborateness of the textiles often reflecting the wearer's social status. For the elite, finely woven linens with intricate designs were common. Clothing for the wealthy often included decorative borders, pleating, and embroidery. Additionally, textiles were used in the creation of headpieces, scarves, and jewelry, adding further layers of decoration. The use of color in Egyptian textiles was highly symbolic. While natural, undyed linen was the most common for everyday use, colored textiles dyed with plant-based dyes were worn by the elite or used for ritual purposes. Blue and red, for instance, were significant colors, symbolizing the heavens and life-giving forces, respectively. Textiles also had religious and funerary significance. In tombs, the deceased were often wrapped in fine linen, and burial garments were typically adorned with prayers, symbols of protection, or depictions of deities intended to ensure safe passage to the afterlife. Linen shrouds, along with decorated textiles, were essential parts of Egyptian burial practices, connecting the deceased to the divine realm. The Egyptians believed that textiles, like other materials used in funerary rituals, could act as intermediaries between the living and the divine, providing spiritual protection and comfort to the deceased. In addition to clothing and burial textiles, weaving, and textile art were utilized in the decoration of temples and royal palaces. Banners, tapestries, and ceremonial cloths were often adorned with sacred symbols, deities, and mythological scenes, reinforcing the connection between the physical and spiritual worlds. These decorative textiles were also used to communicate power, wealth, and divine favor, particularly in royal and religious settings. Overall, textile art in ancient Egypt was a versatile and multifaceted craft, combining function and beauty while playing an essential role in the cultural, religious, and social life of the civilization. Through weaving techniques, the Egyptians created garments, burial shrouds, and ceremonial textiles that were not only artistic expressions, but also deeply symbolic, reflecting the civilization's values, beliefs, and intricate relationship with the divine. The legacy of Egyptian textile art endures, highlighting the sophistication and creativity of a culture that saw even the most everyday objects as opportunities for artistic expression. Chapter 6: The Role of Mythology in Egyptian Art. Mythology was a central component of Egyptian life, shaping not only religious beliefs, but also influencing all forms of artistic expression. In the context of Egyptian art, mythology provided the framework for understanding the cosmos, human existence, and the relationship between the gods and the pharaoh. The gods and goddesses of Egypt, their stories, and their symbolism were woven into the fabric of artistic creation, with artists drawing upon mythological themes to convey complex religious ideas, celebrate the divine, and ensure cosmic order. Through visual representations of these mythologies, Egyptian art served as both a form of worship and a way of interpreting the world. The most prominent feature of Egyptian mythology in art is the depiction of gods and goddesses, whose powerful and symbolic images were a constant presence in temples, tombs, and royal monuments. Gods were often portrayed in anthropomorphic forms, human figures with animal heads, or entirely animalistic representations, each symbolizing specific traits or dominions. For instance, the lion-headed goddess Sekhmet represented strength and war, while the falcon-headed Horus was associated with the sky and kingship. These deities were believed to maintain cosmic harmony, or Mat, and their presence in art was essential for ensuring divine protection, justice, and balance in the world. Many works of Egyptian art were inspired by mythological narratives that explained the origins of the world, the reign of the gods, and the role of the pharaoh in maintaining divine order. One of the most significant myths was the story of Osiris, the god of the afterlife, and his death and resurrection. Osiris's story was depicted in numerous forms of art, from tomb paintings to statues, as a symbol of death and rebirth, reflecting the cyclical nature of life in Egypt. Osiris's resurrection after his murder by his brother Phra, Set became a central theme in the art and rituals surrounding death and the afterlife, embodying the Egyptians' belief in eternal life and the transformative power of the gods. Another myth that shaped Egyptian art was the creation myth, which involved the god Atum and the creation of the world from the primeval waters of chaos. This myth was visually represented in many temples and tombs, with depictions of Atum, the sun god Ra, and other deities of creation, illustrating the Egyptians' understanding of the universe and the divine forces that governed it. The sun's journey across the sky, as represented by Ra in his daily voyage, was another recurring theme depicted in art to emphasize the unending cycle of life and death, light and darkness. Egyptian mythological themes were not only present in monumental art, but also played a role in personal and funerary art. In tombs, scenes often illustrated the deceased's journey to the afterlife, guided by the gods, where mythological motifs ensured safe passage and a successful transformation into the next life. The imagery of gods like Anubis, the god of mummification, or Thoth, the god of wisdom and writing, was used to secure protection and favor in the afterlife. These mythological figures were central to the artistic decoration of tombs, with the belief that their divine power would safeguard the deceased on their journey to eternity. In conclusion, mythology in Egyptian art was much more than just an artistic motif. It was a language through which the Egyptians could communicate their religious beliefs, understand their place in the cosmos, and express their relationship with the divine. Through vivid depictions of gods, creation myths, and the afterlife, Egyptian artists conveyed profound spiritual and philosophical ideas that were central to the civilization's worldview. Mythology, in all its forms, provided a rich source of inspiration and meaning, ensuring that Egyptian art remained both an aesthetic and sacred pursuit that resonated deeply with the Egyptian understanding of life, death, and the divine order. Depictions of gods and goddesses. In ancient Egypt, the gods and goddesses were central to both the religious and artistic life of the civilization. These divine beings embodied the forces that governed the cosmos, from creation and destruction to life and death. The way in which gods and goddesses were depicted in Egyptian art was deeply symbolic, with each representation designed to communicate their nature, power, and relationship with both the human world and the divine. These images were not only artistic renderings, but also visual prayers and rituals, meant to invoke the protection, blessings, and favor of the gods. The physical appearance of gods and goddesses in Egyptian art was highly stylized, serving to express their divine attributes rather than their human characteristics. Deities were often depicted with human bodies combined with the heads of animals, birds, or other creatures, reflecting the belief that the divine transcended human form and encompassed a vast range of powers. For instance, the goddess Sekhmet was shown with the head of a lioness, symbolizing her fierce nature as the goddess of war and destruction. Similarly, Horus, the god of the sky and kingship, was depicted with the head of a falcon, representing his sharp vision and connection to the heavens. These animal forms were not arbitrary, but were carefully chosen to represent the specific qualities and domains of each deity, such as strength, wisdom, protection, or fertility. In addition to these animal features, many gods and goddesses were also shown in human form, often with specific attributes that indicated their roles in Egyptian mythology. The sun god Ra, for example, was typically depicted as a man with a solar disk above his head, representing his power over the sun, and his role in the daily creation of light. Similarly, Osiris, the god of the afterlife, was often shown as a mummified figure wearing the Atef crown, a white crown of Upper Egypt flanked by two ostrich feathers, symbolizing his connection to death and resurrection. The careful inclusion of symbols like crowns, scepters, and ankh signs in these depictions further reinforced each god's specific powers and roles in Egyptian cosmology. The use of color in the depiction of gods and goddesses also carried deep symbolic meaning. Gold, for instance, was often used to represent the skin of gods or the divine radiance of the sun, as seen in depictions of Ra. Gods associated with the earth or fertility were sometimes portrayed with green or blue skin, linking them to the fertility of the Nile River and the life-giving properties of water. Red, symbolizing chaos or disorder, was sometimes used for gods like Set, the god of chaos, who was often portrayed in stark contrast to the more orderly and balanced deities. These depictions were not just artistic, but were integral to the spiritual and religious practices of the Egyptians. Statues, paintings, and carvings of gods and goddesses were often placed in temples, tombs, and other sacred spaces to ensure that the divine presence was always near. The act of creating these images was seen as a way to bring the gods into the physical world, providing a tangible connection between the human and divine realms. Rituals, prayers, and offerings were performed in front of these images, reinforcing the belief that the gods could influence the world, protect the people, and ensure cosmic harmony. In conclusion, the depictions of gods and goddesses in ancient Egyptian art were profound expressions of divine power, order, and protection. Through the use of symbolic animal forms, human attributes, and carefully chosen colors, these images conveyed the nature of the deities and their roles in the vast network of Egyptian mythology. The gods and goddesses were not only central to the spiritual lives of the Egyptians, but were also embedded in the very fabric of their artistic expression, with each depiction designed to bridge the human and divine worlds and to sustain the eternal balance of the universe. Symbolism of animal forms. In ancient Egyptian art, the use of animal forms to represent gods, goddesses, and various divine attributes was deeply symbolic and integral to the civilization's understanding of the natural world and its relationship to the divine. The Egyptians believed that animals embodied specific characteristics or forces in nature, and these attributes were associated with the gods and their roles in maintaining cosmic order. Animal imagery was not used arbitrarily, but was chosen with careful consideration of the qualities that each creature symbolized, creating a rich and intricate visual language that allowed the Egyptians to convey complex spiritual and philosophical ideas. One of the most prominent examples of animal symbolism in Egyptian art is the depiction of deities with the heads or bodies of animals. These anthropomorphic forms allowed the gods to represent both human and divine qualities, often merging the traits of both species. The goddess Sekhmet, for example, was depicted as a lioness, symbolizing her fierce power and protective nature. As a goddess of war and healing, her lioness form emphasized her strength, ferocity, and her ability to protect the pharaoh and the people from evil forces. Similarly, the god Horus was often shown as a falcon or as a man with the head of a falcon, representing his association with the sky, kingship, and protection. The falcon's sharp vision was linked to Horus's ability to oversee and protect the land and his role as the divine ruler of Egypt. In addition to these well-known gods, many other deities were depicted with animal forms to reflect their specific roles and domains. Anubis, the god of mummification and the afterlife, was represented as a jackal or with a jackal's head, a symbol of the scavenger animals that roamed the deserts and graveyards. The jackal's association with death and the protection of the dead made it an appropriate form for Anubis, whose role was to guide souls to the afterlife. Similarly, the cow-headed goddess Hathor, associated with love, beauty, and motherhood, symbolized the nurturing aspects of life. Cows were revered for their fertility and maternal qualities, making them a fitting representation for Hathor's role in fertility and women's protection. The use of animal symbolism in Egyptian art extended beyond deities and was also applied to other divine concepts. For instance, the serpent was often associated with chaos and evil, as seen in the depiction of the god Set, who was represented with a mysterious animal form that was often identified as a Set animal, a creature that embodies disorder and destruction. Meanwhile, the ram, commonly associated with the god Amun, symbolized fertility and strength, linking the deity to the life-giving force of nature. The symbolism of animal forms was not restricted to deities alone, but permeated other aspects of Egyptian art, including royal and funerary practices. Pharaohs were sometimes depicted with animal attributes, such as the lion's strength or the hawk's dominance, to emphasize their divine power and leadership qualities. Likewise, animals were often included in tombs and burial scenes, with specific creatures representing the deceased's desired qualities or ensuring protection in the afterlife. In conclusion, the symbolism of animal forms in Egyptian art was a powerful means of expressing complex religious and philosophical concepts. By associating gods and divine forces with animals that embodied specific traits, the Egyptians created a visual language that bridged the human and divine realms, reinforcing their beliefs in the interconnectedness of all life and the power of the gods to influence the world. This rich use of animal imagery helped the Egyptians communicate their understanding of the natural world and their place within it, making it an enduring and essential element of their artistic heritage. The creation myth in art. The creation myth holds a significant place in ancient Egyptian religion, offering an explanation for the origins of the world and the gods. This myth was central to Egyptian art as it provided a framework for understanding the cosmic order and the divine forces that shape the universe. Depictions of the creation myth in Egyptian art were both symbolic and functional, serving as a way to communicate the divine power that sustained the world and to reaffirm the role of the pharaoh as the intermediary between the gods and humanity. The most widely known version of the Egyptian creation myth is centered around the god Atum, who in the beginning existed alone in the primordial waters of chaos, called Nun. Atum, often depicted as a man with a double crown and a solar disk above his head, represented the sun and the act of creation itself. In the myth, Adam created the first gods, Shu, god of air, and Tefnut, goddess of moisture, by spitting or ejaculating them out of his body, thus bringing forth the first aspects of the world, air and moisture. From these gods, the world began to take shape with the emergence of Geb, earth, and Nut, sky, who in turn produced other gods, ultimately creating the foundation for all life. This myth was represented in Egyptian art in various forms, often with Adam depicted as a central figure surrounded by the gods he created. In many representations, the god Adam is shown seated or standing with the sun disk above him, a symbol of his role in the creation of the world and the ongoing cycle of life and death. His image often appears in tombs and temples, reinforcing his association with rebirth and renewal, as the daily journey of the sun across the sky was seen as a perpetual act of creation and destruction. Art that depicted Adam and the creation of the world underscored the divine power of the sun, which Egyptians believed brought life, growth, and sustenance to all things. One of the most prominent depictions of the creation myth can be found in the pyramid texts and coffin texts, where the creation process is illustrated through intricate reliefs and inscriptions. These sacred texts, often found in the tombs of pharaohs and high-ranking officials, highlight the importance of the creation myth in funerary practices, as it was believed that by invoking the gods of creation, the deceased could achieve rebirth and continue their existence in the afterlife. Scenes from the creation myth were often carved into the walls of royal tombs, showing Adam or other creator gods emerging from the chaotic waters, a powerful symbol of order emerging from disorder. Additionally, the creation myth was often depicted in temples, particularly in the imagery of the sun god Ra, who was closely associated with Adam. Ra's daily journey through the sky, which mirrored the cycle of creation, was visually represented as a way of connecting the divine order of creation with the human experience. The pharaoh, as the living incarnation of Ra, was also often included in these depictions, reinforcing the notion that the ruler was divinely appointed to maintain the order of the world and carry out the will of the gods. In conclusion, the creation myth in Egyptian art was a vital element that conveyed the belief in the divine origins of the world and the enduring power of the gods. Through its depiction in tombs, temples, and funerary art, the myth provided a framework for understanding the universe, life, and death, reinforcing the central role of the pharaoh and the gods in maintaining cosmic harmony. The creation myth was not just a story. It was a visual representation of divine order and the perpetual cycle of creation that the Egyptians believed governed the world. Gods as protectors of the pharaoh. In ancient Egypt, the pharaoh was seen as the divine ruler of the land, the intermediary between the gods and humanity. As such, the pharaoh's power and authority were deeply tied to the protection and favor of the gods. Egyptian art often depicted gods as guardians, offering their protection to the pharaoh in both his earthly and spiritual roles. These gods not only protected the pharaoh in life, but also ensured his safe journey to the afterlife, where his divine role as ruler continued. The relationship between the pharaoh and the gods was a central theme in Egyptian art, reinforcing the belief that the monarch's reign was both sacred and protected by divine forces. Many gods were associated with the protection of the pharaoh, each offering specific forms of divine aid. One of the most prominent protectors of the pharaoh was Horus, the falcon-headed god of the sky and kingship. Horus was closely tied to the living pharaoh, often depicted as the divine patron of the king, whose role was to ensure the stability of the kingdom and its rulers. The pharaoh, as the earthly manifestation of Horus, was believed to draw strength and protection from the god. In artworks, Horus was frequently shown with the pharaoh, symbolizing their close connection and the divine support the king received. This close relationship was not only symbolic, but was also an essential part of the legitimacy of the pharaoh's rule. Another important protector was the goddess Sekhmet, often depicted as a lioness or as a woman with the head of a lioness. Sekhmet was the goddess of war and healing, and she played a critical role in defending the pharaoh from threats, both external and internal. In times of war, the pharaoh would invoke Sekhmet's power to ensure victory, while in times of peace, her protective nature ensured that the ruler remained safe from illness and harm. Artworks frequently depicted the pharaoh in the company of Sekhmet, emphasizing her role as a fierce protector who could both destroy enemies and restore health. Additionally, the god Anubis, the jackal-headed god of mummification and the afterlife, was considered a protector in the spiritual realm. Anubis's role as the guide to the afterlife ensured that the pharaoh's soul would be safely transported to the realm of the gods upon death. In funerary art, Anubis was often depicted standing beside the deceased pharaoh, overseeing the mummification process and ensuring that the pharaoh's journey to the afterlife was protected by divine forces. His role was central to the idea that the pharaoh's protection extended beyond the physical world, offering security in both life and death. The art of ancient Egypt vividly illustrated these relationships between the gods and the pharaoh. In temples, tombs, and royal monuments, gods were often depicted standing guard over the pharaoh, reinforcing the belief that divine protection ensured the king's power, safety, and continuity. Scenes of gods and goddesses in protective roles were intended to secure the pharaoh's reign, ensuring that he could fulfill his divine duty of maintaining cosmic order, or Mat, on earth. In conclusion, the gods of ancient Egypt were seen as essential protectors of the pharaoh, offering both earthly and spiritual defense. Through art, these divine figures were not only portrayed as abstract symbols of power, but as active participants in the safeguarding of the pharaoh's rule and afterlife. The pharaoh's close connection with these protective gods was central to his legitimacy as ruler, as it reinforced his role as the divine agent of cosmic harmony and the protector of Egypt itself. The relationship between myth and power. In ancient Egypt, myth and power were inextricably linked, with myths serving as a foundational element in the legitimization of the pharaoh's authority. The pharaoh was not only the ruler of Egypt, but also considered a divine figure, often regarded as a living god. This divine status was closely tied to the myths of creation, cosmic order, and the gods, which were visualized and reinforced in Egyptian art. Through these myths, the pharaoh's reign was depicted as part of a larger cosmic narrative, positioning him as the central figure in maintaining the balance between order and chaos. In this way, myth was not just a religious or cultural story. It was a tool for consolidating and maintaining political power. One of the key myths that underpinned the pharaoh's divine right to rule was the story of Horus, the god of kingship in the sky. According to Egyptian mythology, Horus was the son of Osiris, the god of the afterlife, and Isis, the goddess of magic and motherhood. The myth of Horus's struggle to avenge his father's death at the hands of his brother Set was symbolic of the ongoing battle between order and chaos, with Horus representing divine kingship and justice. The pharaoh was seen as the earthly manifestation of Horus, and by associating themselves with Horus, pharaohs could claim their authority as divinely sanctioned rulers. Art and iconography often depicted the king as Horus, reinforcing his role as a defender of order and protector of the land. The myth of Osiris, the god of the afterlife, also had a profound influence on the political and religious power of the pharaoh. Osiris's resurrection after his death symbolized the eternal nature of the pharaoh's rule, with the ruler's death and rebirth closely linked to the cycles of the Nile and the natural world. By invoking Osiris in royal art and religious rituals, pharaohs could assert their role as both the living ruler and the eternal guardian of Egypt's cosmic stability. The association with Osiris also extended to the afterlife, where the pharaoh was believed to join the god in eternal life, continuing his reign in the realm of the gods. This connection provided the pharaoh with divine protection and legitimacy, both in life and after death. The relationship between myth and power was also reflected in the construction of monumental structures, such as temples and tombs. These architectural feats often depicted mythological scenes, where gods and kings interacted, reinforcing the pharaoh's divine role and ensuring that he was protected by the gods in both the physical and spiritual realms. In temples dedicated to gods like Amun, Ra, and Osiris, the pharaoh was often shown in the company of these deities, receiving blessings or engaging in ritual acts that underscored his divine connection and power. The mythological representations in these spaces reinforced the idea that the pharaoh was the mediator between the gods and the people. His power derived from his unique role in upholding the natural and cosmic order. In conclusion, the relationship between myth and power in ancient Egypt was integral to the pharaoh's authority and rule. Through the invocation of myths like those of Horus and Osiris, the pharaoh could claim divine legitimacy, presenting himself as a direct link between the gods and the earthly realm. Art and architecture played a central role in this process, visually reinforcing the connection between myth and political power. The power of the pharaoh was, in essence, a divine power, rooted in the ancient myths that connected the ruler to the gods and the eternal cycles of life, death, and rebirth. Chapter 7: The Pharaoh's Role as the Divine Ruler. The pharaoh of ancient Egypt was considered the embodiment of divine authority on earth, a figure whose power and legitimacy were derived from the gods. As the supreme ruler, the pharaoh was not only the political leader of the land, but also a divine figure tasked with maintaining cosmic order, or Mat, ensuring peace, prosperity, and harmony in Egypt. This dual role as both a ruler and a divine intermediary positioned the pharaoh at the center of Egyptian society, where his actions and decisions were believed to have a direct impact on the welfare of the people, the land, and the gods themselves. The pharaoh's divinity was rooted in the belief that he was the earthly incarnation of the god Horus, the god of kingship in the sky. As Horus's earthly representative, the pharaoh was responsible for ensuring that the will of the gods was carried out on earth. This divine association meant that the pharaoh's rule was not just a political authority, but a sacred responsibility. His primary duty was to uphold Mat, the concept of order, justice, and truth, which was essential for the balance of the universe. The pharaoh's ability to maintain Mat was believed to directly affect the fertility of the land, the flooding of the Nile, the health of the people, and the stability of the state. In addition to his role as the divine ruler, the pharaoh was also viewed as a mediator between the gods and the people. The pharaoh's duty was to perform rituals and offer prayers to the gods on behalf of the nation, ensuring their favor and protection. These rituals, which were often conducted in grand temples, emphasized the pharaoh's role as the intermediary between the divine and human realms. Art and architecture often depicted the pharaoh in the company of gods, emphasizing his role as the divine servant whose power came from the gods. For example, the pharaoh might be shown making offerings to gods like Ra, Amun, or Osiris, illustrating his responsibility to keep the gods pleased and ensure their ongoing support. The pharaoh was also a central figure in religious ceremonies and festivals, which were crucial for maintaining the divine order. These public rituals reinforced the idea that the pharaoh was divinely chosen to rule and that his reign was sanctioned by the gods. This divine mandate was reinforced through monumental inscriptions, reliefs, and statues that depicted the pharaoh in a variety of godlike forms, emphasizing his connection to the divine world. In many cases, the pharaoh was shown as larger than life, either as a god or in the process of interacting with gods, underscoring his elevated status and divine nature. The pharaoh's role as the divine ruler extended beyond his life, as it was believed that he would continue to rule in the afterlife. Upon his death, the pharaoh was thought to join the gods, particularly Ra or Osiris, and continue his eternal reign. This belief in the pharaoh's immortality and continued power in the afterlife was reflected in the elaborate tombs and funerary art that sought to ensure the pharaoh's safe journey to the next world, where he would continue to maintain cosmic order. In conclusion, the pharaoh's role as the divine ruler was central to the governance and religious life of ancient Egypt. His authority was derived from his connection to the gods, and he was seen as the earthly embodiment of divine power. Through his actions, rituals, and ability to maintain Maat, the pharaoh ensured the well-being of the land, the people, and the gods, fulfilling a sacred responsibility that extended into both the physical and spiritual realms. The pharaoh's divinity was not just a title, but a profound responsibility that was expressed and reinforced through art, architecture, and religious practices, securing his place as the central figure in Egyptian society and religion. Artistic representation of pharaohs. The artistic representation of pharaohs in ancient Egypt played a pivotal role in reinforcing their divine status and political authority. Art was not merely for aesthetic purposes. It was a carefully crafted tool used to convey the pharaoh's power, legitimacy, and sacred connection to the gods. Egyptian artists adhered to specific conventions that ensured the pharaoh's image remained consistent across time, emphasizing attributes such as divinity, eternal youth, and supreme strength. These representations were designed to highlight the ruler's role as the intermediary between the gods and the people, reinforcing his authority both in life and after death. Pharaohs were often depicted in a highly stylized manner, with idealized features meant to symbolize their perfection and divine nature. For instance, they were frequently shown with broad shoulders, strong limbs, and youthful faces, regardless of their actual age. This idealization was intended to convey that the pharaoh was timeless, immune to the effects of aging or mortality, and thus fit to rule for eternity. The pharaoh's clothing was also symbolic. His crown, scepter, and elaborate robes were carefully chosen to signify his role as the leader of both Upper and Lower Egypt, with different crowns representing his dominion over each region. In royal portraits, pharaohs were often depicted with the gods, emphasizing their divine connection. Okay? A common depiction showed the pharaoh as a god or in the process of interacting with one, whether in battle, in prayer, or during ceremonies. This reinforced the idea that the pharaoh's authority was sanctioned by the gods and that he was their earthly representative. The connection between the pharaoh and the divine was central to his rule, as his ability to maintain Maat, the cosmic order, was believed to be in direct relation to the favor he received from the gods. As a result, Egyptian art often emphasized this divine relationship through scenes in temples, tombs, and monuments, where the pharaoh was shown making offerings or receiving blessings from deities such as Ra, Ammon, or Osiris. In addition to their divine portrayals, pharaohs were also depicted as powerful warriors, reinforcing their role as protectors of Egypt. Scenes of the pharaoh in battle were common, showing him defeating enemies or defending the borders of Egypt. These images were meant to demonstrate the pharaoh's strength and valor, highlighting his duty to safeguard Egypt and maintain stability. Moreover, monumental statues, such as those seen in temples and tombs, also depicted the pharaoh as an imposing, eternal figure. The most famous of these is the Great Sphinx of Giza, a colossal statue with the head of Pharaoh Khafre, symbolizing the ruler's close relationship with the divine. These statues were designed to project the pharaoh's strength and permanence, ensuring that his image would endure throughout eternity. In conclusion, the artistic representation of pharaohs was crucial in reinforcing their divine right to rule. Through idealized depictions, divine associations, and portrayals of power, Egyptian art presented the pharaoh as both a god and a ruler, transcending the limits of time and mortality. These artistic conventions ensured that the pharaoh's image remained firmly linked to his sacred role as Egypt's ruler and protector, both in life and in the afterlife. Royal iconography and its significance. In ancient Egypt, royal iconography played a critical role in conveying the power, divinity, and legitimacy of the pharaoh. The symbols and imagery associated with the ruler were carefully chosen to reflect his sacred role as the intermediary between the gods and the people, reinforcing the idea that his authority was divinely sanctioned. These symbols were not merely decorative. They held deep religious and political significance, serving as visual representations of the pharaoh's divine connection and his responsibilities to the land and its people. One of the most important symbols of royal iconography was the crown. The double crown of Egypt, known as the Shent, was a combination of the white crown of Upper Egypt and the red crown of Lower Egypt, signifying the pharaoh's rule over the entire land of Egypt. This crown symbolized the unity of the two regions under the pharaoh's control and was often depicted in royal art to emphasize the ruler's dominion over all of Egypt. The crook and flail, two items traditionally held by the pharaoh, were also key symbols of royal power. The crook represented the pharaoh's role as the shepherd of his people, guiding and protecting them, while the flail symbolized his role as the enforcer of justice, ensuring order and discipline in the land. The use of animal symbolism was another essential aspect of royal iconography. The lion, often associated with the sun god Ra, was a symbol of strength, power, and protection. Pharaohs were frequently depicted with the head of a lion or shown in lion-like poses to emphasize their ferocity as protectors of Egypt. The vulture and cobra, representing the goddesses Nekbet and Wadjet, were often featured on the pharaoh's crown or regalia, further emphasizing the ruler's divine right to govern and his protection by the gods. These symbols not only communicated the pharaoh's power, but also his sacred connection to the gods who protected the nation. Additionally, the pharaoh was frequently depicted as larger than other figures in royal iconography, further emphasizing his elevated status. In scenes showing the pharaoh with gods, nobles, or enemies, the pharaoh's size was intentionally exaggerated to signify his superior position in the divine hierarchy. This visual convention reinforced the idea that the pharaoh was not just the ruler of Egypt, but a divine figure whose actions and decisions were directly influenced by the gods. Monuments, statues, and temples also served as vehicles for royal iconography. The towering statues of pharaohs, such as those seen at Luxor and Karnak, were designed to impress and intimidate, projecting the image of the ruler as an eternal and unyielding figure. These massive representations ensured that the pharaoh's divine authority was visibly reinforced in the architectural landscape, solidifying his presence in both the physical and spiritual realms. In conclusion, royal iconography in ancient Egypt was an essential tool for conveying the divine authority and power of the pharaoh. Through the use of symbols such as crowns, animal imagery, and exaggerated size, the pharaoh's position as both a political leader and a divine figure was visually communicated to the people. These images served to reinforce the belief that the pharaoh's rule was sanctioned by the gods, ensuring his legitimacy as Egypt's ruler and protector. The pharaoh's depiction in funerary art. In ancient Egypt, funerary art played a significant role in preserving the legacy of the pharaoh, ensuring their divine and eternal existence in the afterlife. The pharaoh's depiction in funerary art was meticulously designed to emphasize his continued sovereignty, power, and divine protection, even beyond death. These artistic representations were not merely decorative, but served as vital tools in securing the ruler's eternal journey and reinforcing his connection with the gods. The pharaoh's image in tombs, pyramids, and other burial monuments often depicted him as a divine, eternal being. His appearance was idealized to showcase strength, youth, and immortality. Artists adhered to strict conventions, ensuring that the pharaoh's physical attributes remained consistent with the idealized royal image. He was shown with a strong, athletic physique, youthful features, and the regalia of kingship, such as the crown, scepter, and the symbolic crook and flail. These depictions symbolize not only the ruler's role during his reign, but also his continued power in the afterlife. One of the primary functions of funerary art was to ensure that the pharaoh's ka, or spirit, would receive the necessary sustenance and protection in the afterlife. Therefore, scenes of daily life were often depicted on tomb walls, illustrating the pharaoh in moments of offering, receiving prayers, or engaging in ritual activities. These depictions reinforced the notion that the pharaoh was still actively engaged in overseeing Egypt, even from the realm of the dead. They served as reminders of his earthly role and maintained his presence within the tomb, ensuring his soul was provided with offerings to sustain him in the afterlife. Furthermore, pharaohs were frequently depicted in scenes of divine interaction in funerary art, reinforcing their divine status. These scenes portrayed the ruler being embraced or protected by gods such as Osiris, Ra, and Anubis, signifying that the pharaoh's divine connection would extend beyond the earthly realm. The pharaoh's association with Osiris, the god of the afterlife, was particularly important as it linked the ruler to the cycle of death, resurrection, and eternal life. Such depictions serve to guarantee the pharaoh's safe passage through the dangers of the afterlife and his eventual resurrection. In addition to the idealized human depictions, pharaohs were also shown in symbolic forms that highlighted their divine nature. These included scenes where the pharaoh's body was transformed into the figure of Osiris, emphasizing his rebirth and eternal rule. Such representations reinforced the belief that the pharaoh's rule did not end with death, but would continue eternally, ensuring stability and protection for Egypt long after his physical passing. In conclusion, the depiction of the pharaoh in funerary art was a crucial aspect of ancient Egyptian culture, reinforcing the ruler's divinity, power, and eternal presence. These images not only celebrated the pharaoh's role in life, but also ensured his continued existence in the afterlife, securing his protection by the gods and his role as Egypt's eternal sovereign. Through the careful and deliberate portrayal of the pharaoh in death, funerary art guaranteed that the ruler's legacy would endure for all eternity. The use of art to solidify authority. In ancient Egypt, art was a powerful tool used by the pharaohs to reinforce and solidify their authority. Art was not simply for decorative purposes. It was a deliberate medium of communication designed to assert the divine right of the ruler and portray his power over both the people and the gods. The careful crafting of royal imagery and the strategic placement of art in public and private spaces ensured that the pharaoh's presence was felt everywhere, further cementing his role as the supreme ruler of Egypt. One of the most significant ways art solidified royal authority was through the idealized depiction of the pharaoh. Royal portraits and statues, often larger than life, emphasized strength, vitality, and divine connection. Pharaohs were shown as youthful and eternally powerful, even if they were elderly or nearing the end of their reign. These portrayals, including the iconic seated statues and monumental reliefs found in temples, tombs, and public spaces, were created to reinforce the idea that the pharaoh was a timeless figure, ageless, and unchallenged in his authority. By idealizing the king in this way, art helped cultivate the perception that his reign was not only divinely sanctioned, but also unbreakable, providing a sense of stability to the people of Egypt. Another way art solidified the pharaoh's authority was through the representation of his divine role. Pharaohs were often depicted in the company of gods, reinforcing their status as intermediaries between the divine and mortal worlds. Such depictions, especially in temples and tombs, frequently showed the pharaoh receiving gifts or blessings from gods like Amun, Ra, and Osiris. These divine associations in art reinforced the notion that the pharaoh's power came directly from the gods, legitimizing his rule in the eyes of both his subjects and any foreign powers. Public monuments, including temples and obelisks, also played a vital role in reinforcing authority. Monuments were often inscribed with royal victories, divine support, or accomplishments. By commissioning massive statues or constructing grand architectural works, the pharaoh demonstrated not only his authority, but also his ability to shape the landscape itself, physically manifesting his control over Egypt. The sheer size and visibility of these works further projected his power, ensuring that his presence was perpetually acknowledged. Art also had a practical function in asserting power, as it was used to document and celebrate the pharaoh's military successes and political accomplishments. Scenes of the pharaoh in battle, vanquishing enemies, and securing Egypt's borders were frequently depicted in temples and public spaces. These representations reinforced the image of the pharaoh as the protector of Egypt, solidifying his role as a warrior king and securing the loyalty and trust of his subjects. In conclusion, art was a central instrument in the pharaoh's strategy to solidify his authority. By representing the pharaoh in idealized forms, associating him with divine powers, and commemorating his military and political triumphs, art was essential in reinforcing the pharaoh's authority as both a ruler and a divine figure. Through art, the pharaoh's power was made visible, unchallenged, and eternal, ensuring his continued dominance in both life and death. The concept of divine kingship in art. In ancient Egypt, the concept of divine kingship was deeply ingrained in the culture and played a crucial role in the way pharaohs were depicted in art. The pharaoh was not just a political leader, but also considered a divine figure, chosen by the gods to rule and maintain order in the land. This divine status was central to the legitimacy of the pharaoh's rule and was consistently reinforced through art. The artistic representation of the pharaoh emphasized his role as both a godlike ruler and a mediator between the divine and human realms, ensuring that his authority was viewed as sacred and unchallenged. One of the most important aspects of divine kingship was the portrayal of the pharaoh's physical features in art. Pharaohs were typically depicted with idealized, youthful appearances that emphasized strength, vitality, and perfection. Regardless of their actual age, pharaohs were shown with powerful physiques and facial features that conveyed an aura of divinity and immortality. These representations were meant to communicate that the pharaoh was ageless and transcendent, a figure whose power and rule were eternal. By adhering to this idealized imagery, artists ensured that the pharaoh's divinity was clear, making his image one of unwavering authority and unchallenged strength. Pharaohs were also often depicted in close association with the gods, underscoring their divine role. In numerous works of art, the pharaoh was shown making offerings to gods, receiving blessings, or participating in sacred rituals. This symbolic connection between the ruler and the gods reinforced the idea that the pharaoh's authority came directly from divine sanction. The pharaoh was viewed as the earthly manifestation of gods such as Horus, Ra, and Osiris, which meant that his actions were believed to be guided and protected by the gods. This divine link was symbolized in art by the pharaoh's portrayal in the company of deities, either standing alongside them or being blessed by their presence. Monuments and temples were designed not just as architectural feats, but as representations of divine kingship. The massive structures and grand statues of pharaohs emphasized their role as protectors of Egypt, and their monumental size symbolized the pharaoh's larger-than-life status. These artistic works were meant to inspire awe, reminding the people that their ruler was a divine figure worthy of reverence. Through these representations, the idea of divine kingship was not only visualized but also embedded in the physical landscape, making the pharaoh's sacred power visible at every turn. In addition, the depiction of pharaohs in the afterlife also served to solidify their divine kingship. Funerary art often showed the pharaoh in the company of gods in the afterlife, emphasizing his continuing role as ruler even after death. The transformation of the pharaoh into a godlike figure in the afterlife, particularly through his association with Osiris, was a central aspect of Egyptian beliefs about divine kingship, ensuring that the pharaoh's divine power endured for eternity. In conclusion, the concept of divine kingship was fundamental to the way pharaohs were depicted in Egyptian art. Through idealized representations, close associations with gods, and monumental works, art consistently reinforced the idea that the pharaoh was not just a ruler, but a divine figure whose authority was both sanctioned and sustained by the gods. This visual language helped secure the pharaoh's power and ensured that his reign was seen as part of a greater, eternal cosmic order. Chapter 8: Funerary Art and the Afterlife. In ancient Egypt, the concept of the afterlife was central to the culture, and funerary art played a vital role in ensuring a successful journey for the deceased. The Egyptians believed that death was not an end, but a transition to a new existence, one where the soul would continue to live in a parallel world. Funerary art was created to provide for and protect the deceased in this journey, guaranteeing that the individual would be welcomed into the afterlife by the gods and preserved for eternity. The elaborate and detailed nature of funerary art highlights the significance of this belief in Egyptian society and the importance of art as a means of securing immortality. Tombs and burial sites were adorned with a wide range of artistic works designed to accompany the deceased in the afterlife. The walls of tombs were often painted with scenes depicting daily life, illustrating that the deceased would continue to enjoy the comforts and sustenance they experienced during their lifetime. These scenes served a functional purpose, ensuring that the deceased would have access to food, drink, and the company of family and servants in the afterlife. Such depictions were not just for the deceased's benefit, but were intended to remind the living of their ongoing connection to the dead, reinforcing social and familial bonds that persisted beyond death. In addition to scenes of daily life, funerary art also frequently depicted religious and mythological themes, which were intended to aid the deceased in their journey to the afterlife. The judgment of the deceased, a key moment in Egyptian funerary beliefs, was often depicted in tombs. This scene showed the deceased being weighed against the feather of Ma'at, the goddess of truth and justice, to determine whether they were worthy of entering the afterlife. The presence of deities, such as Osiris, Anubis, and Horus, in funerary art reinforced the idea that the gods would provide protection and guidance to the deceased as they passed through the dangerous underworld. Sculpture also played an important role in funerary art. Statuary of the deceased was often placed within tombs to serve as a vessel for the soul, providing a place for the spirit to reside if the body was damaged or decayed. The idealized forms in which the deceased were represented emphasized their eternal nature, and their likenesses were meant to preserve the individual's essence for eternity. These statues were often positioned in prayerful poses or engaged in activities from their lifetime, ensuring that their essence would continue to thrive in the afterlife. Funerary art was also heavily focused on the preservation of the physical body, as the Egyptians believed that the body would be reanimated in the afterlife. The art associated with mummification, such as burial masks and shrouds, was meant to protect and preserve the body for resurrection. The famous golden death mask of Tutankhamun is one of the most iconic examples of this kind of art, which not only ensured the preservation of the king's body, but also served as a divine representation of his eternal kingship. In conclusion, funerary art in ancient Egypt was a crucial aspect of the belief in the afterlife, reflecting the Egyptians' view of death as a continuation rather than an end. By adorning tombs with images of daily life, religious themes, and divine protection, the Egyptians created an artistic legacy that helped ensure the deceased's safe passage and eternal existence. These works were not just artistic expressions, but essential components of a complex system designed to guarantee that the soul would live on forever in the presence of the gods. The importance of the tomb in Egyptian art. In ancient Egypt, the tomb was more than just a burial site. It was considered a sacred space that played a central role in the afterlife journey. The tomb was designed to ensure that the deceased would continue to exist in a favorable and prosperous manner in the next world. Art was an integral component of the tomb, serving both functional and symbolic purposes that helped preserve the deceased's identity and legacy for eternity. Through elaborate tomb paintings, carvings, and other forms of artistic expression, the tomb transformed into a bridge between the physical world and the divine afterlife. The walls of Egyptian tombs were often decorated with detailed scenes that depicted the deceased in a variety of activities, particularly those associated with daily life and the afterlife. These representations were not merely decorative, but were intended to provide for the deceased in the afterlife. Depictions of food, drink, servants, and animals ensured that the individual would have all they needed in the next life, whether it be sustenance or companionship. These scenes were believed to serve as offerings that would be consumed by the spirit of the deceased, making them an essential part of the tomb's function. Beyond these daily life scenes, tombs often contained religious and ritualistic artwork that reflected the spiritual journey of the deceased. For example, images of the deceased in the presence of gods like Osiris, Ra, and Anubis emphasized the pharaoh's or noble's divine connection. The famous weighing of the heart scene from the Book of the Dead was commonly depicted in tombs, illustrating the judgment the soul would face to determine if it would be allowed into the afterlife. The presence of gods and divine symbols reinforced the notion that the tomb was a place of spiritual transformation, where the deceased could receive divine favor and protection. Tombs also served as homes for the deceased's kea, or spirit, which needed a place to reside after the body was mummified. Statues of the deceased were often placed in tombs, as they were believed to serve as a vessel for the ka. These statues ensured that the individual's essence would persist eternally, even if the physical body deteriorated. The idealized and sometimes larger-than-life statues represented the deceased in an eternal state of youth and vitality, further solidifying their connection to immortality. Moreover, the design and decoration of tombs served a critical role in solidifying the social status and legacy of the deceased. For pharaohs, nobles, and high-ranking officials, the size, grandeur, and content of the tomb reflected their rank in life and continued influence in death. The inclusion of lavish materials such as gold, precious stones, and fine wood also symbolized wealth, ensuring that the deceased would be honored and remembered in both the earthly and divine realms. In conclusion, the tomb was a critical element in Egyptian art, acting as a portal for the deceased's continued existence. Through detailed and purposeful artwork, tombs were designed to provide for, protect, and preserve the spirit of the deceased, ensuring a successful journey into the afterlife. The tomb was not just a physical space, but a spiritual one, and the art within it was essential for safeguarding the individual's eternal legacy. Mummification and its artistic connection. Mummification was one of the most essential aspects of ancient Egyptian funerary practices, intricately connected to the preservation of the deceased's body for the afterlife. The process of mummification was designed to safeguard the physical form, allowing the soul, or ka, to recognize and return to the body in the next world. This belief in the body's resurrection profoundly influenced the art that accompanied mummification, particularly through funerary masks, burial goods, and tomb art. Through artistic endeavors, the Egyptians sought to ensure that the deceased would retain their identity and divine protection after death, reflecting the deep connection between mummification and art. The first and most direct link between mummification and art was the creation of the mummification masks. These masks were typically placed over the heads of the deceased, especially for pharaohs and high-ranking individuals. Made of materials such as linen, wood, or gold, the masks were often meticulously crafted to resemble the deceased's features. The golden funerary mask of Tutankhamun is perhaps the most famous example, symbolizing the king's divine and eternal nature. These masks were not simply likenesses of the deceased. They were designed to preserve the individual's soul. The idealized portrayal of the face emphasized youthful vigor and strength, reinforcing the notion of immortality and divine kingship. The art of creating these masks was an essential component of the mummification process, ensuring the deceased's continuity in the afterlife. Additionally, the wrapping of the body itself had artistic significance. The linen used in mummification was often intricately decorated with spells and symbols intended to protect the body and guide the soul through the afterlife. The bandages were sometimes inscribed with prayers from the Book of the Dead, meant to shield the deceased from dangers in the underworld. The artistry in the mummification process, particularly the use of painted symbols and sacred texts, played a crucial role in ensuring the safety of the deceased's ka during its journey. Tombs also housed various artistic objects intended to aid in the afterlife. The inclusion of statues, paintings, and offerings inside the tomb served a dual purpose. They provided both spiritual protection and symbolic representations of wealth and status. Artworks often depicted scenes of the deceased engaging in activities from their life, such as hunting or feasting, which were meant to ensure their continuity in the afterlife. Statues, placed in tombs, acted as focal points for the spirit to return to if the physical body was damaged or decayed. These artistic creations were believed to act as a surrogate body for the deceased, maintaining their presence even after death. In essence, mummification and art were inseparable in ancient Egyptian culture, with art playing a pivotal role in ensuring the preservation of the deceased's soul. Whether through the creation of masks, decorated bandages, or objects placed in the tomb, the artistic elements of mummification provided both spiritual security and a testament to the individual's life. Through these artistic practices, Egyptians sought not only to preserve the body, but also to guarantee that the deceased would continue to exist in the afterlife, eternally protected and remembered. Tomb paintings and the journey to the afterlife. Tomb paintings in ancient Egypt were not mere decorations. They were essential to the deceased's journey into the afterlife. The Egyptians believed that the soul, or ka, required sustenance, protection, and guidance to successfully navigate the challenges of the underworld. As part of this belief system, tombs were adorned with detailed scenes depicting various aspects of the deceased's life, spiritual beliefs, and the afterlife itself. These paintings served both practical and symbolic purposes, ensuring the soul's survival and its transition to eternal life. The walls of Egyptian tombs were often covered with vibrant depictions of the deceased engaged in everyday activities, such as hunting, fishing, or feasting. These scenes were not intended to showcase a nostalgic longing for the past, but rather to provide for the deceased in the afterlife. By including images of food, drink, and labor, the painting symbolically ensured that the deceased would have access to the same comforts and necessities in the next world. These representations functioned as visual offerings, providing an eternal supply of sustenance for the ka, which was thought to continue its existence beyond death. In addition to these scenes of daily life, tomb paintings frequently depicted religious themes, particularly those that illustrated the deceased's journey through the afterlife. One of the most prominent themes in tomb art was the weighing of the heart, as described in the Book of the Dead. This judgment scene showed the deceased's heart being weighed against the feather of Ma'at, the goddess of truth and justice. If the heart was found to be light and pure, the deceased was granted access to the afterlife. If it was weighed down by sin, the soul would be devoured by the monstrous Ammit. These scenes were critical in guiding the soul through the perilous stages of the afterlife, ensuring the deceased's spiritual survival and eventual rebirth. Other tomb paintings depicted deities who were believed to protect the deceased, such as Osiris, Anubis, and Horus. These gods played vital roles in the afterlife, offering protection, guidance, and assistance in the process of resurrection. The presence of these divine figures in the tomb paintings reinforced the belief that the gods would accompany the deceased on their journey and ensure a safe passage to the afterlife. Additionally, the tombs of high-ranking individuals, such as pharaohs and nobles, often featured elaborate paintings that celebrated their divine status. These representations emphasized the individual's role as a mediator between the gods and humanity, reinforcing the idea that their journey to the afterlife was a continuation of their earthly reign. In conclusion, tomb paintings were far more than artistic expressions. They were vital tools for the deceased's journey into the afterlife. By depicting scenes of daily life, religious rituals, divine protection, and judgment, these artworks ensured that the soul would be provided for and guided through the many challenges of the underworld. They reflected the Egyptians' belief in the continuity of life beyond death, and through these paintings, the tomb itself became a sacred space where the deceased would continue to exist eternally, embraced by the gods. The role of art in preparing for immortality. In ancient Egypt, art played a central role in the preparation for immortality, acting as a bridge between the physical world and the spiritual realm of the afterlife. The Egyptians believed that death was not an end, but a transition to an eternal existence, where the soul, or Ka, would continue to live in the presence of the gods. To ensure a successful journey into the afterlife and a peaceful existence in the next world, the deceased needed protection, sustenance, and guidance. Art, in its various forms, was instrumental in providing these necessities, making it a fundamental part of the ritual preparations for immortality. The creation of tomb art was perhaps the most significant artistic effort tied to the afterlife. Tombs were adorned with murals, carvings, and statues designed to preserve the identity of the deceased and secure their passage to eternity. The wall paintings that decorated tombs often depicted the deceased in idealized, serene forms, participating in scenes of everyday life, religious rituals, and divine encounters. These images were not intended as mere representations, but as functional elements designed to provide for the deceased in the afterlife. By presenting scenes of feasts, hunting, or familial interactions, the art ensured that the deceased would have access to these pleasures in the world beyond. Moreover, these depictions symbolized the belief that the deceased would continue their earthly existence in a realm where all their needs were met. Additionally, art was integral to the process of mummification, which was seen as a crucial step in preparing for immortality. The preservation of the body was vital because the soul was believed to return to it after death. Artistic elements such as mummification masks, sarcophagi, and shrouds were meticulously crafted to preserve the deceased's likeness and protect them on their journey. These works were designed not only to preserve the body physically, but also to ensure that the individual's essence would remain intact. Masks, often made of precious materials like gold, were especially important in ensuring that the deceased's identity and vitality would be maintained in the afterlife. Art also played a role in the spiritual rituals associated with death and burial. Funerary texts like the Book of the Dead, often inscribed on tomb walls or included in burial goods, contain spells and prayers to guide the deceased through the dangerous underworld and assist them in achieving a favorable judgment in the afterlife. The symbolic use of color, material, and form in these texts provided the necessary protection and direction for the soul. Ultimately, art in ancient Egypt was not just an expression of beauty or creativity. It was a powerful tool in securing immortality. By using art to represent idealized forms, divine protection, and life-giving sustenance, the Egyptians ensured that the deceased would not only survive death, but thrive in the eternal life that awaited them. Art, therefore, was not only an essential part of preparing for immortality, but a vital means of making it possible. The development of funerary statues. Funerary statues in ancient Egypt evolved over time to become essential components of the burial process, playing a crucial role in ensuring the deceased's journey into the afterlife. These statues were designed not only as memorials, but as spiritual tools to protect and sustain the deceased's soul, ka, in the next world. The development of funerary statues reflects the Egyptians' evolving understanding of death, the afterlife, and the necessity of preserving the identity and legacy of the deceased. Initially, early Egyptian tombs featured simple wooden or stone statues that served as substitutes for the deceased. These early statues were often modest in size and design, but they functioned as vessels for the soul, providing a place for the ka to return if the body deteriorated. Over time, these early forms became more detailed and refined as the Egyptians developed a deeper understanding of the need for permanence and protection in the afterlife. The evolution of funerary statues paralleled advancements in other artistic areas, such as painting and architecture, and was closely tied to religious beliefs about immortality. During the Old Kingdom, funerary statues became more sophisticated, especially for the elite and pharaohs. The statues of this period were typically life-sized or larger, with idealized features that reflected the deceased's social status and divine association. Pharaohs and high-ranking officials were often depicted in a powerful, seated position, emphasizing their authority and eternal nature. These statues were carefully crafted to present the deceased in a state of eternal youth and vitality, often with a serene, composed expression, symbolizing the peaceful existence they hoped to achieve in the afterlife. The use of materials like limestone, granite, and basalt also became more refined, highlighting the growing importance of these statues in ensuring the deceased's continued presence. The Middle Kingdom saw further refinement in funerary statues, with an increased focus on realism. Artists began to depict more naturalistic features, while still maintaining the symbolic idealization of the deceased. This shift reflected broader changes in Egyptian society, including a growing focus on individual identity and personal legacy. Statues of family members or servants, often placed in tombs, served as surrogate figures to fulfill specific functions for the deceased in the afterlife. These statues were not only representations of the deceased, but also acted as intermediaries between the living and the divine. By the New Kingdom, funerary statues had become highly specialized works of art, with a wide range of styles and forms. Statues of pharaohs, nobles, and even private individuals were crafted with intricate detail, often incorporating symbolic elements like the hieratic pose or the depiction of gods. These statues were designed to serve both as personal protectors and as representations of the deceased's continued role in the cosmic order. The practice of placing multiple statues within tombs, each serving different functions for the deceased ka, became increasingly common. In conclusion, the development of funerary statues in ancient Egypt was a reflection of the society's complex spiritual beliefs and their desire to secure immortality. Over time, these statues evolved from simple substitutes to sophisticated representations that embodied the deceased's identity, social status, and divine connection. As both art and spiritual objects, funerary statues ensured the protection and perpetuity of the deceased's soul in the afterlife, and they remain among the most enduring and iconic symbols of ancient Egyptian culture. Chapter 9: Daily Life and Social Classes in Art. In ancient Egypt, art was not only reserved for the religious and royal spheres, but also provided insight into the everyday lives and social structures of the people. Artworks from tombs, temples, and other sources offer a vivid portrayal of the social hierarchy, customs, and daily activities that defined Egyptian society. These depictions of daily life, from agriculture to family life, reflect the Egyptians' values and beliefs, and they also served as a means of reinforcing the social order. The portrayal of social classes in Egyptian art reveals the complexities of society and the way in which art functioned as both a record and a tool for maintaining the structure of Egyptian life. The most striking feature of Egyptian art related to daily life is the clear and defined representation of social classes. Hierarchical differentiation was evident in art, where individuals were portrayed according to their social rank. The wealthier, more powerful members of society, such as pharaohs, nobles, and high-ranking officials, were often depicted larger than others in scenes, a technique known as hierarchical scale. They were shown in idealized forms, youthful, powerful, and composed, while lower classes, such as workers, laborers, and slaves, were depicted smaller and in more realistic or sometimes more crude forms. This visual distinction not only served to reinforce social stratification, but also signified the different roles these individuals played in both the physical and spiritual worlds. Daily life was frequently depicted in tombs and tomb paintings, especially in the tombs of the elite. These artworks illustrated scenes of agricultural work, feasting, music, and family activities. The emphasis on agricultural labor in Egyptian art underscores the importance of agriculture to Egyptian society, which was dependent on the annual flooding of the Nile River. Artists depicted the process of harvesting, planting, and cattle herding, as these were seen as vital to sustaining life both in the present world and in the afterlife. The Nile, with its bountiful resources, was considered a divine gift, and the act of working the land was often associated with the gods themselves. In contrast, scenes of leisure and enjoyment, such as banquets and celebrations, depicted higher social classes enjoying their wealth and status. These scenes highlighted the connection between abundance and divine favor. Entertainment, including dancing, music, and hunting, was often depicted in the tombs of nobles, demonstrating the importance of maintaining one's status and ensuring a comfortable afterlife filled with such pleasures. In addition to work and leisure, family life was another recurring theme in Egyptian art. Depictions of families, often with parents and children, were common in tombs and offer a glimpse into the importance of family bonds. The family unit was seen as essential to both personal identity and social continuity. These family scenes symbolized the idea that maintaining familial relationships was key to ensuring a harmonious existence in both life and the afterlife. Through these visual representations, Egyptian art served not only as a reflection of daily life, but also as a means of reinforcing and perpetuating the social structure. The depiction of social classes in art made clear the roles individuals played in society, and it helped establish a sense of order that transcended the mortal realm. Whether depicting the laborer, the aristocrat, or the king, these artworks served as powerful visual records of the values and priorities of ancient Egyptian civilization, ensuring that daily life would be remembered for centuries to come. Depictions of everyday activities in art. In ancient Egypt, art was not solely focused on the divine or the royal elite. It also depicted the daily activities of ordinary people. These depictions offer a unique glimpse into the lives of the Egyptians, showcasing the tasks, routines, and rituals that define their existence. From farming and fishing to domestic work and feasting, Egyptian art served as both a reflection of society and a means of preserving daily life for eternity. The way these activities were portrayed in tombs and other artworks reveals much about the values, economy, and social structure of ancient Egypt. Agriculture, as the foundation of Egyptian society, was a central theme in depictions of daily life. The importance of the Nile River and its annual flooding was crucial to the fertility of the land, and many artworks celebrated the labor of sowing and harvesting crops. Scenes of workers planting, harvesting, and threshing grain were commonly found in tombs, especially in those of the elite. These depictions did more than simply record the agricultural process. They also symbolized the continuity of life and prosperity. The Egyptians believed that ensuring the productivity of the land was essential for sustaining life both in the physical world and the afterlife. Fishing and hunting were also commonly portrayed in Egyptian art, particularly in the tombs of those who held wealth or power. These activities were often associated with leisure and abundance, as well as with the skills and bravery of the elite. Hunting scenes depicted noblemen or pharaohs chasing wild animals such as lions, gazelles, and birds, emphasizing their control over nature and their ability to provide for their people. Similarly, scenes of fishing on the Nile often portrayed nets being cast and fish being caught, a representation of both survival and luxury, as fish were a vital food source in ancient Egypt. Domestic activities were another key aspect of daily life depicted in Egyptian art. Scenes showing women grinding grain, baking bread, or preparing food were common in the tombs of both men and women. These works not only provide insight into the daily labor of the household, but also reflect the Egyptians' deep connection to the cycles of nature and the importance of sustenance in both life and the afterlife. Depictions of family life were often featured in tombs to emphasize the importance of familial bonds, which were seen as essential for social and spiritual harmony. Social activities and celebrations also played an important role in Egyptian art. Banquets, feasts, and musical performances were often featured in tomb paintings, especially for higher status individuals. These scenes illustrated the abundance and joy that were part of the elite's lives, serving as symbolic reminders of the pleasures awaiting the deceased in the afterlife. Music and dancing were seen as expressions of joy and spiritual connection, reinforcing the idea that life on earth should be mirrored in the afterlife. In sum, the depictions of everyday activities in ancient Egyptian art were multifaceted and deeply significant. They not only reflected the daily labor and leisure that defined Egyptian society, but also symbolized the continuity of life and the sustenance needed for both the mortal world and the afterlife. These artworks, with their focus on agriculture, domesticity, and social life, remain essential records of ancient Egyptian culture, offering us a window into the routine yet rich lives of one of history's most fascinating civilizations. The role of art in social hierarchy. In ancient Egypt, art was a powerful tool used to reinforce and communicate the complex social hierarchy that governed society. The Egyptians believed that order, or mat, was essential not only for the cosmos, but also for the proper functioning of society. This concept of order was often reflected in art, where visual representation played a key role in maintaining the social structure. Art was used not only to depict individuals, but also to reinforce the roles they played within the social system, from the pharaoh at the top to the laborers at the bottom. One of the most important ways that art reflected social hierarchy was through the use of size and scale. The relative size of figures in Egyptian art was directly linked to their social rank and importance. Pharaohs, nobles, and gods were often depicted as larger than others in scenes, signifying their higher status. This technique, known as hierarchical scale, was a visual shorthand that reinforced the idea of the pharaoh's divine right to rule and the inherent power and authority of the upper classes. The larger the figure, the more important and powerful they were believed to be. Conversely, smaller figures, often depicting workers, slaves, or commoners, were shown as less significant in the grand cosmic order. This distinction was not meant to dehumanize the lower classes, but to reflect the religious and social order that placed rulers and gods at the center of Egyptian life. In addition to size, the poses and the way individuals were depicted also communicated social roles. The seated or standing poses, commonly used for pharaohs and high officials, represented their authority, stability, and divine connection. These figures were often shown with idealized features that emphasized strength, eternal youth, and dignity, symbolizing their role as protectors of society and intermediaries between humans and the gods. In contrast, commoners or workers were depicted in more naturalistic poses, often engaged in physical labor, and their features were generally more realistic. This difference in representation helped to emphasize the division of labor and the responsibilities assigned to different classes in society. Art also served as a means of perpetuating the social hierarchy beyond death. Funerary art, such as tomb paintings and statues, often depicted the deceased in idealized forms, preserving their status and ensuring their continued protection and recognition in the afterlife. These artworks were created to reflect not only the individual's life and achievements, but also to emphasize their place in society, reinforcing their importance in both the mortal world and the divine realm. In tombs of the elite, scenes of daily life, wealth, and abundance were meant to ensure the deceased's eternal enjoyment of these privileges. Ultimately, the role of art in reinforcing social hierarchy in ancient Egypt was central to the preservation of the status quo. It helped to define and communicate the rigid social structure that governed Egyptian society, ensuring that each individual's position within the order was recognized and maintained. Through size, scale, and the portrayal of roles, art became both a reflection of and a tool for perpetuating the divine order that underpinned the entire civilization. Artistic representations of workers and servants. In ancient Egyptian art, the depiction of workers and servants offers important insights into the social structure and daily life of the civilization. Unlike the idealized portrayals of pharaohs and elites, the representations of common laborers were more grounded in realism, reflecting their roles in society and their contributions to the overall functioning of the Egyptian economy. While these figures were not shown with the same grandeur as royalty, they still played an essential role in the visual narratives of Egyptian tombs and monuments, underscoring the importance of their labor in maintaining the prosperity and stability of ancient Egypt. Workers and servants were often depicted in scenes of physical labor, such as farming, construction, and other essential tasks. In tomb paintings and reliefs, these figures were shown engaged in activities like plowing fields, harvesting crops, fishing, or building monuments. While the elite were depicted in idealized poses, workers were shown with more naturalistic features and in more realistic, action-oriented poses. This representation, although less flattering, highlighted the vital contributions of these individuals to the agricultural and construction-based economy of Egypt. In particular, agricultural labor, a key to Egypt's survival, was frequently depicted, with scenes showing workers planting, harvesting, or processing grain. These depictions not only illustrated the labor itself, but also emphasized the relationship between the workers and the land, as the Egyptians viewed the land as a divine gift. Despite being shown in more humble settings and roles, workers and servants were still depicted with dignity, and their contributions were valued. The scenes in tombs were not meant to diminish the laboring classes, but instead to recognize their essential role in supporting the elite and sustaining the kingdom. Some depictions even show workers enjoying leisure time or participating in celebrations, suggesting that they, too, were entitled to moments of joy and rest, although these occasions were usually limited to the more privileged members of society. These scenes served as a reminder of the interconnectedness of all levels of society, where every role, no matter how humble, contributed to the continuation of Egypt's success. The representation of servants in the context of domestic life also reflects the social stratification of Egyptian society. Servants were often shown in scenes within the homes of the elite, engaged in activities such as food preparation, serving drinks, or attending to their masters. These portrayals reinforce the hierarchy within households, where the labor of servants ensured the comfort and luxury of the elite. Just as with workers, these individuals were often depicted with more realistic features, a reflection of their position in society. In conclusion, artistic representations of workers and servants in ancient Egypt were integral to the portrayal of the social order. Though depicted with less grandeur than their royal counterparts, these figures were still shown with respect and dignity, recognizing the indispensable roles they played in sustaining the civilization. Their inclusion in tombs and monuments was a testament to their importance in both daily life and the afterlife, where their contributions to society were eternally acknowledged. Art as a reflection of Egyptian family life. In ancient Egypt, art was a powerful medium through which family life, relationships, and societal values were expressed and preserved for eternity. Family was a central aspect of Egyptian life, and this is clearly reflected in the art created for tombs, temples, and other public spaces. The depictions of family life in Egyptian art reveal the importance placed on family bonds, the roles of men and women, and the relationships between parents and children. These representations serve not only as records of daily existence, but also as symbols of continuity, emphasizing the belief that family connections extended beyond death and into the afterlife. Tomb paintings, reliefs, and statues often depicted family members in intimate domestic settings, highlighting the nurturing and protective roles that were integral to Egyptian society. In these works, the family was typically shown together, with the husband and wife sharing a close and respectful bond, symbolizing the partnership between man and woman. These scenes of affection and togetherness were meant to reflect the harmonious nature of family life, where mutual care and respect were central. Children were often depicted alongside their parents, and their presence in art was a reminder of the continuity of the family line. Parents' duty to ensure the welfare and future of their children was a key aspect of Egyptian social norms. In terms of gender roles, Egyptian art often reinforced the traditional roles of men and women within the family structure. Men were commonly depicted as providers and protectors, engaged in activities such as farming, hunting, or overseeing household affairs. Women, on the other hand, were often shown in domestic settings, managing the household, preparing food, or attending to children. However, women were not limited to these domestic roles. Some women of higher status were depicted as involved in religious rituals, in the role of priestesses or queens, signifying the broader scope of their societal contributions. Family life was also reflected in the funerary art of the elite, where depictions of family members were intended to ensure that familial bonds remained intact in the afterlife. These artworks were part of the larger funerary practices meant to guarantee that the deceased, along with their loved ones, would experience an eternal life filled with peace, prosperity, and familial love. The depiction of family in tombs was not only a representation of mortal relationships, but also a reinforcement of the belief in an eternal family unit in the afterlife. Overall, Egyptian art served as both a reflection and reinforcement of family life. The portrayal of family bonds in art was integral to the civilization's understanding of society, relationships, and the continuity of life after death. These artistic representations preserved the ideals of familial love, respect, and duty, ensuring that future generations would remember the importance of family connections in both the earthly and spiritual realms. Through art, the ancient Egyptians celebrated the sanctity of family and its eternal nature, making it one of the most significant aspects of their artistic legacy. The depiction of foreigners and tributes. In ancient Egyptian art, the depiction of foreigners and tributes played a significant role in portraying Egypt's interactions with neighboring regions and its status as a dominant power in the ancient world. These representations were not just simple records of foreign peoples. They were carefully constructed to demonstrate Egypt's superiority, its military victories, and the wealth that came from its extensive trade and tribute networks. The way foreigners were depicted in Egyptian art reveals much about the Egyptian worldview, their perceptions of other cultures, and the ways in which they utilized art to reinforce their political power and cultural identity. Foreigners in Egyptian art were often shown in a stylized manner, highlighting their differences from the Egyptians. These representations emphasized physical features such as skin color, clothing, and hairstyle, which served to visually distinguish them from the Egyptian elite. In many instances, foreigners were depicted as captives or tribute bearers, offering valuable goods to the pharaoh. These scenes were commonly found in tombs, temples, and monuments, often accompanying depictions of military victories or diplomatic events. The act of receiving tribute was seen as a symbol of Egypt's dominance and the power of the pharaoh. The tribute offerings range from precious metals, exotic animals, and textiles to more symbolic items that represented the wealth and influence Egypt exerted over its neighbors. The Egyptians often depicted foreigners in a subjugated or inferior position, reinforcing the concept of Egypt's supremacy. Captured enemies, for instance, were shown bound and in defeat, often placed in a lower position in the artwork, which visually communicated their status as subjugated peoples. This hierarchical representation was not just a reflection of the military conquests, but also a political tool. It served to legitimize the authority of the pharaoh, portraying him as the ruler of a vast and prosperous empire that controlled and collected wealth from distant lands. The tribute scenes also emphasized the benefits Egypt gained from its interactions with foreign nations, underlining the reciprocal relationship between tribute and the preservation of Egypt's power. Interestingly, while foreigners were often shown in a negative or submissive light, some depictions also suggested a sense of admiration for certain foreign cultures. For example, some foreigners were depicted wearing elaborate clothing or participating in the court's rituals, which indicated that the Egyptians acknowledged their unique characteristics. This nuanced portrayal shows that while Egypt viewed itself as superior, it also recognized the value in engaging with foreign peoples and cultures, particularly in matters of trade and diplomacy. In conclusion, the depiction of foreigners and tributes in Egyptian art was a powerful way to communicate Egypt's political and military prowess. Through art, the Egyptians conveyed their dominance over neighboring regions, while also symbolizing the wealth and prestige that came with their empire's vast reach. These representations reinforced the notion of Egypt as a superior civilization and served as a constant reminder of the pharaoh's role as the guardian of Egypt's power and prosperity. Chapter 10: Religion and Art in Ancient Egypt. Religion and art were inextricably linked in ancient Egyptian society, with artistic expression serving as a means to convey and honor the gods, divine forces, and the afterlife. Ancient Egypt was a deeply religious civilization, where gods and goddesses played a central role in every aspect of life, from politics and social order to personal relationships and spiritual beliefs. As a result, much of Egyptian art was created with a clear religious purpose, whether to honor deities, commemorate the pharaoh's divine status, or ensure the eternal life of the deceased. The visual arts were not simply aesthetic, they were sacred tools designed to connect the mortal and divine realms. One of the primary functions of Egyptian art was to depict the gods and their attributes. Temples, tombs, and monuments were often adorned with representations of deities, each carefully chosen for their symbolism and connection to the natural world, society, and the afterlife. Gods like Osiris, Isis, Horus, and Ra were frequently portrayed in specific iconographies that communicated their powers and domains. For example, Ra, the sun god, was often shown with the sun disk above his head, while Osiris, the god of the afterlife, was depicted with a white crown and a scepter, symbols of his authority over the dead. These images were not just decorative. They served as channels through which the divine could interact with the living, ensuring prosperity, protection, and guidance. In addition to depictions of gods, pharaohs were often portrayed in art as divine figures themselves, underscoring their role as intermediaries between the gods and humanity. Pharaohs were commonly shown with symbols of divine power, such as the ankh, representing life, or the scepter, signifying royal authority. In some depictions, the pharaoh was shown with the head of a lion or hawk, symbolizing divine strength and protection. These representations elevated the ruler to a godlike status, reinforcing the notion of divine kingship, which was a cornerstone of Egyptian belief. The pharaoh was not only a political leader, but also a spiritual figure, tasked with maintaining Ma'at, the cosmic order, and ensuring harmony between the divine and mortal worlds. Art also played an essential role in funerary practices, as it was believed that representations of gods and ritual objects would provide spiritual protection and assist the deceased in their journey to the afterlife. Tombs were often adorned with scenes from the Book of the Dead, a collection of spells and illustrations designed to guide the soul through the underworld. By providing images of the gods, the deceased could gain access to divine protection and blessings, ensuring a safe passage to eternal life. Overall, religion and art were deeply intertwined in ancient Egypt. Art was not created for personal expression or entertainment, but to serve religious and spiritual purposes, maintaining cosmic order, ensuring divine protection, and guiding individuals through life and death. Through art, Egyptians sought to bring the divine closer to the human world, solidifying the god's presence in everyday life and reinforcing the power of the pharaoh as a divine ruler. Temples and religious iconography. Temples were among the most significant architectural and artistic expressions of ancient Egyptian religion. They were not just places of worship. They were believed to be the earthly residences of the gods, where divine power could be accessed through rituals and offerings. The design and decoration of Egyptian temples were meticulously planned to honor the gods and ensure their continued favor. Within these sacred spaces, religious iconography played a central role, with statues, carvings, and paintings all serving to symbolize the presence of divine forces and facilitate communication between the mortal world and the divine. The structure of Egyptian temples was highly symbolic in itself. Temples were often oriented to align with the rising and setting of the sun, symbolizing the connection between the divine realm and the natural world. The inner sanctum of the temple, where the deity's statue resided, was considered the most sacred space, and only priests and the pharaoh were allowed to enter. The layout of the temple reflected the journey of the soul toward the divine, with open courtyards leading into smaller, more intimate halls, and finally into the innermost chamber. Each part of the temple was carefully designed to represent aspects of divine presence, power, and creation. The walls of these temples were adorned with elaborate reliefs and paintings, many of which depicted gods and goddesses in various forms and attributes. These images were not simply decorative, but served a functional and symbolic purpose. The gods were often shown in their full glory, with specific symbols and iconography that indicated their powers and roles within the pantheon. For example, Ra, the sun god, was typically depicted with a sun disk over his head, while Osiris, the god of the afterlife, was often shown in mummified form with a white crown of Upper Egypt. The use of specific colors, such as green for rebirth or red for chaos, was integral to these depictions, as each hue carried a symbolic meaning that further communicated the essence of the deity. One of the most prominent forms of religious iconography in temples was the statue of the god or goddess, which was believed to house the divine presence. These statues were meticulously crafted, often from durable materials like granite, limestone, or wood, and were placed in the innermost chambers of the temple. The statues were often adorned with offerings of food, incense, and precious items to honor the deity and maintain the relationship between the gods and the people. In addition to the images of gods, the pharaoh was frequently depicted in temples as a divine figure, often shown in scenes where he is making offerings or performing rituals before the gods. This reinforced the idea of the pharaoh as the intermediary between the gods and the people, further solidifying his divine kingship. The pharaoh's image in temples symbolized the continuity of divine order and Egypt's prosperity under his rule. In conclusion, temples and their religious iconography were vital to the spiritual life of ancient Egypt. Through the architecture, statues, and wall reliefs, the Egyptians sought to establish and maintain a tangible connection with their gods, reinforcing the cosmic order and the power of divine kingship. These artistic expressions not only facilitated worship, but also served as a permanent reminder of the eternal presence of the gods in the daily life of the Egyptians. Divine and mortal realms in art. In ancient Egyptian art, the distinction between the divine and mortal realms was a central theme, reflecting the civilization's deep belief in the presence and power of gods in the everyday life of humans. This division was not just philosophical, but was visually represented in the way art depicted both the gods and the people who served them. The contrast between the mortal and divine was often highlighted through artistic styles, iconography, and spatial organization, emphasizing the hierarchical structure of the Egyptian universe, where the divine controlled the cosmos and the mortal realm was subject to divine order. One of the key ways the divine and mortal realms were separated in Egyptian art was through scale. Gods and deities were typically depicted on a much larger scale than humans, symbolizing their superiority and cosmic significance. The pharaoh, as the divine ruler, was also often portrayed larger than his subjects, reinforcing his intermediary role between the gods and the people. The size difference was not simply for aesthetic effect. It served to convey the power dynamics in the Egyptian worldview, where divine entities were omnipotent and humans were part of a larger, divinely ordered system. The positioning of figures also reinforced this separation. Gods were often shown in more formal, idealized poses, reflecting their eternal nature and association with the cosmic order. They were portrayed with symbols of their power, such as the ankh for life or the scepter for royal authority. In contrast, human figures were often depicted in more naturalistic poses, reflecting their mortal nature. While pharaohs could be depicted in divine forms, their depictions were still infused with human characteristics, highlighting their status as both rulers and mortals. This blending of the divine and mortal in the pharaoh's image reflected the belief that he was a god in human form, ruling on behalf of the divine while remaining subject to its power. Another crucial aspect of the divine-mortal relationship in Egyptian art was the use of iconography. Gods were represented with specific attributes, such as animal forms or symbolic items, which underscored their power and roles. For instance, Horus, the god of the sky, was often shown with the head of a falcon, symbolizing his dominion over the heavens. In contrast, humans were often depicted with fewer symbolic elements, focusing more on their daily lives or roles within the social structure. The afterlife also represented a crucial intersection of the divine and mortal realms. Funerary art, particularly in tombs, emphasized the transition of the deceased from the mortal world to the divine one. Artworks in tombs were intended to ensure the deceased's safe passage to the afterlife, where they would join the gods in a realm of eternal life. Scenes of divine judgment, such as the weighing of the heart from the Book of the Dead, portrayed the deceased in the presence of gods, reinforcing the idea that the mortal soul was judged by divine forces and either granted immortality or condemned. In summary, Egyptian art consistently represented the division between the divine and mortal realms, using scale, symbolism, and positioning to communicate the power of the gods and the human role within their cosmic order. These artistic distinctions not only reinforced religious beliefs, but also conveyed the hierarchical structure of Egyptian society, where the divine was omnipresent and the mortal world was intricately linked to it, especially through the pharaoh's divine kingship and the afterlife. Ritual artifacts and sacred objects. In ancient Egypt, ritual artifacts and sacred objects were integral components of religious practice, serving both practical and symbolic purposes. These objects, often crafted with exceptional skill and attention to detail, were essential for conducting rituals and ceremonies, which were believed to maintain cosmic order, honor the gods, and ensure the well-being of the deceased in the afterlife. The significance of these items transcended their functional use. They were also imbued with powerful symbolism, representing divine forces and facilitating communication between the human and divine realms. One of the most prominent categories of ritual artifacts were the offerings made to the gods. These included food, incense, and various goods, often depicted in art to show the piety of the worshippers and the prosperity of the kingdom. These items were placed in temples or tombs to nourish the gods or the deceased, ensuring their favor and continued protection. While these offerings were physical objects, they were understood to have a deeper, spiritual meaning, representing sustenance for the divine and ensuring that the forces of life and fertility were maintained. Incense, for example, symbolized the prayers and intentions of the worshippers, rising up to the gods as an offering of devotion. Another key category of ritual objects were those used in the embalming and funerary practices. The materials used in mummification, such as linen, resin, and natron, were not only functional in preserving the body, but were also thought to have magical properties that aided the deceased's journey to the afterlife. Canopic jars, which held the organs of the deceased, were intricately carved with the heads of the four sons of Horus, deities who protected these vital organs. These jars and other ritual tools were often inscribed with spells from the Book of the Dead, reinforcing their importance in ensuring a safe transition to the afterlife. Statuettes and amulets also played a vital role in both funerary and religious practices. Small statues of gods and goddesses, as well as representations of animals, were placed in tombs and temples to invoke the presence and protection of the divine. Amulets, which were commonly made from materials such as faience, stone, or gold, were worn by the living for protection or buried with the dead to safeguard the soul in the afterlife. Common amulets included the scarab beetle, a symbol of rebirth, and the ankh, representing life. These objects were seen as possessing intrinsic spiritual power, with the ability to protect, heal, or empower their owner. Scepters, staffs, and other ceremonial tools were frequently used in rituals and royal ceremonies. These objects often represented authority, divine right, and kingship. The scepter, in particular, was a symbol of the pharaoh's connection to the gods and his role as the divine ruler on earth. These objects, crafted from precious metals and adorned with inscriptions, reinforced the idea that the pharaoh's authority was divinely sanctioned. In summary, ritual artifacts and sacred objects in ancient Egypt were not merely decorative, but carried profound religious and symbolic meaning. They facilitated interaction with the divine, protected the living and the dead, and played a crucial role in the maintenance of cosmic order. Whether through offerings, amulets, or ceremonial tools, these items connected the human realm to the divine, ensuring that Egypt remained in harmony with the gods. The function of art in religious ceremonies. In ancient Egypt, art was not merely an aesthetic pursuit, but played a critical role in religious ceremonies, acting as a conduit between the mortal and divine realms. The Egyptians believed that the act of creation itself was sacred, and the production of art, whether in the form of statues, paintings, or ritual objects, was an essential part of religious rituals meant to maintain harmony in the universe. These artworks were viewed as sacred tools to honor the gods, facilitate the passage of the deceased to the afterlife, and ensure the fertility and prosperity of the land. One of the primary functions of art in religious ceremonies was to serve as a vehicle for divine presence. Statues of gods placed in temples were believed to house the spirit of the deity they represented. During rituals, priests would dress, anoint, and offer food or incense to these statues, thus awakening the deity to participate in the ceremony. The art in these sacred spaces transformed a physical object into a link to the divine, making it a focus for prayers and offerings. The physical interaction with these statues was seen as an important way to invoke divine power and receive blessings. Similarly, art in tombs played an essential role in religious ceremonies tied to the afterlife. Wall paintings and reliefs depicted scenes of the deceased's journey through the afterlife, ensuring that the soul would be protected and guided on its way to the next world. These depictions often featured gods and deities who would judge, protect, and guide the deceased. The Book of the Dead, a funerary text filled with spells and instructions, was often inscribed on the tomb walls or on papyrus scrolls, and was used as part of the burial ritual to ensure that the deceased passed successfully through the trials of the afterlife. In this sense, the art functioned as both a visual representation of the afterlife and a guide to the deceased's soul, helping it navigate through spiritual trials. Art also played a key role in the daily religious practices performed in temples. Temples were adorned with elaborate paintings, reliefs, and statues that depicted gods, goddesses, and the pharaoh in scenes of worship and ritual. These artistic depictions reinforced the sacred nature of the space and the activities conducted within it. The rituals, which included offerings, prayers, and sacrifices, were deeply intertwined with the imagery on temple walls. For example, a common scene depicted the pharaoh presenting offerings to the gods, reinforcing his role as the intermediary between the divine and human realms. The art surrounding these rituals enhanced the participants' connection to the gods, making the divine more tangible and accessible. Finally, art was central to the royal coronation and other state-sponsored religious ceremonies, further reinforcing the divine authority of the pharaoh. Large statues, ceremonial tools, and symbolic objects created for these occasions helped to establish the pharaoh's divine kingship. Through elaborate rituals and the artistic representations associated with them, the power of the pharaoh was symbolically validated by the gods. In conclusion, art in ancient Egypt served as an essential tool in religious ceremonies. Whether through the creation of divine statues, funerary wall paintings, or the adornment of temples, art allowed for the active participation of both the living and the dead in sacred rituals. These artworks were not only representations of the divine, but also functional elements in the maintenance of cosmic order, reinforcing the Egyptians' deep connection to their gods and the afterlife. The influence of priests and clergy on artistic expression. In ancient Egypt, the role of priests and clergy extended far beyond religious ceremonies and rituals. They were key figures in shaping and influencing artistic expression. The close relationship between the religious elite and the artistic community had profound effects on the style, symbolism, and function of art in Egypt. As intermediaries between the gods and the people, priests wielded significant influence in ensuring that the art produced served religious purposes, upheld divine order, and reinforced the pharaoh's divine rule. This dynamic is evident in both the content and context of Egyptian art. Priests were responsible for the maintenance of temples and the performance of daily rituals, which required the creation and use of sacred art. They dictated the specific representations of gods and deities that would be depicted in temples, shrines, and tombs. Temple walls, for example, were covered with reliefs that illustrated divine myths, rituals, and the king's interaction with gods. The clergy would often commission such works to preserve the religious significance of the space, ensuring that the art aligned with the religious texts and ceremonial practices. This close relationship between art and religious duties meant that artistic creations were often viewed as sacred tasks, completed under the watchful eyes of the priests who provided direction. The clergy's influence extended to the symbolic and iconographic elements of art. Specific gods, for instance, were associated with particular colors, materials, and postures, all of which had specific meanings in relation to their divine attributes. Priests would guide artists in the use of these elements to ensure the artwork maintained its spiritual integrity. The symbolic representation of the gods was intended to be universally understood by both the temple elite and the people who viewed the art, ensuring that the divine presence was effectively communicated and that the cosmic order was maintained. The artistic representation of the pharaoh was another area influenced by the clergy. As the king was considered the divine representative on earth, the clergy played an essential role in ensuring that his image in art reflected his sacred status. This is seen in the portrayal of the pharaoh in larger-than-life statues and reliefs, where his form was often idealized to emphasize his divine nature. The clergy's involvement in these artistic endeavors ensured that the pharaoh's image conformed to religious ideals, symbolizing his role as the intermediary between the gods and the people. Moreover, the clergy often had control over the production of funerary art. Tombs and burial sites were richly decorated with artworks intended to facilitate the deceased's safe passage into the afterlife. Priests would oversee the commissioning of such art, ensuring that the scenes depicted in tombs were consistent with the religious texts, like the Book of the Dead, that outlined the journey of the soul. By influencing the creation of these artworks, priests not only protected the deceased, but also reinforced the theological and cosmological views that governed Egyptian society. In conclusion, priests and clergy held considerable influence over the artistic expression in ancient Egypt. Their guidance in the creation of religious and funerary art ensured that artworks were aligned with the needs of the gods, the king, and the afterlife. This close relationship between the clergy and the artistic community helped to maintain the spiritual and social order, embedding religious ideals deeply into the fabric of Egyptian art. Chapter 11: The Artistic Legacy of Ancient Egypt. The artistic legacy of ancient Egypt is one of the most enduring and influential in the history of human civilization. Spanning over 3 millennia, Egyptian art reflected the society's profound spiritual beliefs, its fascination with the afterlife, and its structured social hierarchy. The art produced during this period remains not only an expression of ancient religious and cultural values, but also a source of inspiration for countless civilizations that followed. Egyptian art's meticulous attention to detail, its symbolic richness, and its devotion to eternity left a profound impact on both the ancient world and the modern one. One of the key elements of the artistic legacy of ancient Egypt is its distinctive style. Unlike the art of other ancient cultures, Egyptian art was governed by a set of strict rules and conventions. Figures were often depicted in composite poses, with heads and legs shown in profile, but torsos in full frontal view, creating a sense of clarity and timelessness. These artistic conventions aim to represent the idealized, eternal form rather than the fleeting human moment. This focus on idealization and eternity influenced art for centuries, both in ancient cultures that came into contact with Egypt and in later periods, such as the Greco-Roman era, when Egyptian motifs were often incorporated into the art of the Mediterranean world. Equally influential was the symbolism embedded in Egyptian art. The use of color, materials, and symbols was not just decorative, but carried specific meanings tied to the gods, the afterlife, and cosmic order. For instance, the use of gold symbolized divine power, while the color green was associated with rebirth and regeneration. This deep connection between art and symbolism influenced the way later societies approached art, often imbuing it with meanings that went beyond aesthetics. The enduring power of Egyptian symbols, such as the ankh or the scarab, continues to resonate in contemporary culture, especially in religious and mystical contexts. Egyptian funerary art, designed to ensure the safe passage of the soul into the afterlife, also left an indelible mark. The tombs and burial monuments of the pharaohs, such as the pyramids in the Valley of the Kings, not only served as final resting places, but as elaborate works of art that conveyed the king's divine status and ensured their immortality. The preservation of these structures and their accompanying artwork has provided modern scholars with invaluable insights into ancient Egyptian beliefs, customs, and practices. The artistic legacy of ancient Egypt also extends beyond the visual. Egyptian art's focus on permanence and stability influenced architectural practices in subsequent cultures, particularly in the development of monumental structures. The methods of construction used in Egypt to create the pyramids and temples were studied and adapted by later civilizations, influencing architectural styles in Greece and Rome. Additionally, Egyptian motifs, such as obelisks and sphinxes, became iconic elements in classical art and architecture. In conclusion, the artistic legacy of ancient Egypt is far-reaching and multifaceted, influencing countless aspects of art, architecture, and culture for millennia. Its emphasis on permanence, symbolism, and the divine continues to inspire and inform art today, securing Egypt's place as one of the most influential civilizations in human history. Through its art, Egypt not only preserved its culture, but shaped the artistic traditions of the future. The influence on later civilizations. The artistic legacy of ancient Egypt has had a profound and lasting impact on later civilizations, influencing not only the art, but also the architecture, religious iconography, and cultural practices of subsequent societies. Egypt's unique style, its symbolism, and its approach to representation have resonated through the centuries, leaving an indelible mark on cultures from the ancient Mediterranean to modern times. One of the most notable ways Egyptian art influenced later civilizations is through its monumental architecture. The grandeur of the pyramids, temples, and other structures built during Egypt's long history set a precedent for monumental construction in other parts of the world. Ancient Greece and Rome, in particular, borrowed many architectural elements from Egypt, such as the use of columns, obelisks, and grand public spaces. The Romans, for example, adopted Egyptian obelisks as symbols of imperial power, transporting them to cities such as Rome, where they were placed in prominent locations. The symbolic use of these monuments highlighted the ongoing reverence for Egypt's artistic achievements and their perceived connection to divine power and authority. In addition to architecture, Egyptian art's emphasis on the eternal and the idealized form influenced later representations of the human body. Greek and Roman artists, while developing their own distinctive styles, were inspired by Egypt's focus on proportion and idealization in the human form. Egyptian figures were often depicted with highly standardized and symmetrical proportions, a practice that had an enduring effect on classical art, where balance and harmony in the depiction of the human body were central concerns. The Greeks and Romans admired Egypt's artistic sophistication and incorporated elements of Egyptian style into their own works, blending them with their ideals of naturalism and movement. Egypt's religious iconography also left a lasting influence on later civilizations. Many of the gods and symbols of ancient Egypt, such as the Ankh, symbolizing life, and the scarab, representing regeneration, continue to resonate throughout the Mediterranean world. In particular, the symbols of Egyptian gods were absorbed into the religious practices of the Greco-Roman world. For example, the goddess Isis became widely worshipped in the Roman Empire, and her image, drawn from Egyptian art, was adopted in various forms across the Mediterranean. The influence of Egyptian religious iconography can also be seen in early Christian art, where symbolic representations of eternal life and resurrection echoed themes found in Egyptian religious art. Furthermore, Egyptian art's focus on the afterlife and funerary practices had a significant influence on the art of later cultures. The use of elaborate tombs, burial rituals, and the representation of the deceased in art were adopted and adapted by other ancient cultures, such as the Etruscans and the Romans. The idea of creating art that ensured the safe passage of the soul and preserved the memory of the deceased persisted long after Egypt's civilization had declined, influencing both artistic and cultural practices related to death and the afterlife in Western societies. In conclusion, the influence of ancient Egyptian art on later civilizations is both deep and widespread. From monumental architecture to religious symbolism, Egyptian artistic traditions have continued to shape and inspire the cultures that followed. The timeless nature of Egyptian art, with its emphasis on permanence, symbolism, and idealized form, has left an enduring legacy that continues to be celebrated and studied today. Egyptian art and modern art movements. The influence of Egyptian art on modern art movements is a testament to the timelessness and universality of its aesthetic principles. Although separated by millennia, the bold simplicity, iconic symbolism, and stylized forms found in ancient Egyptian art have had a profound impact on the development of modern artistic movements. In particular, the advent of modernism, with its break from traditional representation, drew inspiration from the clarity and symbolism of Egyptian art, embracing its abstract qualities and monumental approach to form. One of the primary ways Egyptian art influenced modern art is through its use of simplification and abstraction. Egyptian artists, in their focus on idealized forms and clear, timeless representation, emphasized geometric shapes and symmetry over realistic depictions. This focus on abstraction and stylization resonated strongly with modern artists seeking to move beyond naturalistic representation. Early 20th century movements such as Cubism, led by artists like Pablo Picasso and Georges Braque, drew on the flat, simplified forms of Egyptian art. Picasso, in particular, was known to have been inspired by Egyptian art during his visits to the Louvre and by his exposure to Egyptian artifacts. The use of bold, geometric shapes in his paintings and sculptures can be seen as a direct response to the influence of ancient Egyptian artistic conventions. Similarly, the influence of Egyptian art can be seen in the works of the Art Deco movement, which was popular in the 1920s and 1930s. The Art Deco style, known for its emphasis on luxury, geometric patterns, and streamlined forms, embraced many of the visual elements that were central to Egyptian art. The popularity of Egyptian motifs, such as hieroglyphs, sphinxes, and figures in profile, in the design of architecture, jewelry, and decorative arts during the Art Deco period, was a direct reflection of the enduring fascination with Egypt. The discovery of King Tutankhamun's tomb in 1922 further fueled this Egyptomania, inspiring a surge of interest in Egyptian aesthetics and their integration into modern design. Additionally, the concept of eternity and the symbolic use of color and material in Egyptian art continued to influence modern artists. In particular, the symbolist and surrealist movements, with their focus on the metaphysical and the unconscious, found a natural kinship with the symbolic elements of Egyptian art. Artists like Salvador Dali and Giorgio de Chirico, known for their dreamlike, symbolic compositions, drew on the use of iconography and the otherworldly quality of Egyptian art to explore themes of time, memory, and the afterlife. In conclusion, Egyptian art's emphasis on abstraction, symbolism, and monumental scale had a lasting impact on modern art movements. From Cubism and Art Deco to Surrealism, modern artists found inspiration in the timeless qualities of Egyptian art, integrating its ideas into their own revolutionary approaches to form, structure, and meaning. The continued influence of Egyptian art in the modern era underscores its enduring legacy and its ability to transcend time and cultural boundaries. Artistic symbolism and its continued relevance. Artistic symbolism has remained one of the most powerful and enduring aspects of Egyptian art, its influence extending far beyond the ancient world and continuing to resonate in contemporary art and culture. The use of symbols in Egyptian art was not merely for decoration, but served to convey deep meanings tied to religion, spirituality, and the understanding of the universe. These symbols, such as the ankh, symbolizing life, the scarab, representing rebirth, and the Eye of Horus, a symbol of protection and healing, carried powerful associations that have survived through millennia, impacting various art forms and spiritual practices across the globe. The significance of Egyptian symbolism is rooted in its ability to transcend time and cultural boundaries. The Egyptians believed that certain symbols possessed inherent powers that could affect the world and the afterlife, and this belief was reflected in the way they integrated symbols into their art. The careful placement of these symbols in tombs, temples, and monuments was intended to bring about divine protection, ensure safe passage to the afterlife, or maintain cosmic order. These symbols carried universal meanings that spoke to fundamental human concerns: life, death, transformation, and the divine, making them relevant not just in ancient Egypt, but in later cultures as well. The continued relevance of Egyptian symbolism is especially apparent in modern religious and esoteric movements. For instance, the ankh, a symbol of life and immortality, has been embraced by various spiritual groups and incorporated into modern mysticism, New Age practices, and even popular culture. Similarly, the scarab, a symbol of protection and transformation, has found its place in modern jewelry, tattoos, and spiritual iconography. These symbols have been reinterpreted and repurposed by contemporary artists and spiritual communities, attesting to the enduring power of Egyptian symbolism. In addition to its influence on religious and spiritual contexts, Egyptian symbolism continues to impact modern art movements. Artists today often use symbols to communicate complex ideas or to evoke a sense of mystery and transcendence. Egyptian art's emphasis on abstraction, iconography, and the use of symbols as vehicles for conveying meaning resonates with modern movements like surrealism, symbolism, and even pop art. For example, artists such as Salvador Dali and Marc Chagall utilize symbolism to explore themes of the subconscious, the eternal, and the metaphysical, drawing inspiration from the same symbolic language used by the ancient Egyptians. In conclusion, the artistic symbolism of ancient Egypt has had a profound and lasting impact on both the spiritual and artistic worlds. The symbols created by the ancient Egyptians were not only an expression of their worldview, but have become timeless markers of universal themes such as life, death, and the divine. Their continued relevance in modern spirituality and art is a testament to the enduring power of Egyptian symbolism, which continues to inspire and inform artistic expression today. The preservation and rediscovery of ancient art. The preservation and rediscovery of ancient Egyptian art has played a crucial role in our understanding of the civilization's culture, beliefs, and historical achievements. Over millennia, the art of Egypt has endured through careful preservation techniques, archaeological excavation, and scholarly research. The rediscovery of these artistic works, particularly in the modern era, has brought to light treasures that have fascinated historians, archaeologists, and artists alike, providing valuable insight into one of the world's oldest and most influential cultures. The preservation of Egyptian art is inherently tied to the arid climate of Egypt, which has been a critical factor in protecting these artifacts over thousands of years. The dry desert air helped to prevent the rapid decay of materials such as stone, wood, and papyrus, allowing many works of art to remain relatively intact. Additionally, the construction of tombs and temples, often in remote locations or hidden deep within the desert, helped shield these artworks from looting or natural degradation. As a result, many ancient Egyptian paintings, sculptures, and reliefs have survived remarkably well, offering a unique glimpse into the artistic practices of the civilization. The rediscovery of Egyptian art, however, began in earnest in the 19th century, with significant milestones marking the process. One of the most pivotal moments in this rediscovery was the unearthing of the tomb of Tutankhamun in 1922 by British archaeologist Howard Carter. The discovery of the tomb, along with its wealth of stunning artifacts, including statues, paintings, jewelry, and the famous golden death mask of the pharaoh, captured the world's imagination and sparked a renewed interest in ancient Egyptian art. The riches found in Tutankhamun's tomb, along with other discoveries made in the Valley of the Kings and across Egypt, provided invaluable examples of the material culture and artistic traditions that flourished during Egypt's long history. In addition to the work of individual archaeologists, the development of museums and institutions dedicated to ancient Egyptian art, such as the Egyptian Museum in Cairo and the British Museum in London, has been instrumental in preserving and showcasing these masterpieces. These institutions have not only made the art accessible to the public, but have also facilitated further research and conservation efforts, ensuring that these artifacts can be studied and admired for generations to come. The rediscovery of Egyptian art has also sparked a global fascination with the civilization's artistic style, leading to the rise of Egyptology as a field of study. Scholars have worked tirelessly to decipher hieroglyphs, analyze artistic techniques, and interpret the cultural and religious significance of the works, shedding light on the values, beliefs, and daily life of ancient Egyptians. This ongoing research continues to shape our understanding of Egyptian art and its role in the broader context of world history. In conclusion, the preservation and rediscovery of ancient Egyptian art has been an essential aspect of understanding the civilization's legacy. Through natural preservation, archaeological discovery, and scholarly efforts, the artistic achievements of ancient Egypt continue to inspire and inform our understanding of this remarkable culture. As new technologies and research methods emerge, the study of Egyptian art remains a vibrant and evolving field, ensuring that its timeless beauty and significance will endure for generations to come. The role of museums and exhibitions in Egyptology. Museums and exhibitions have played an essential role in the study and public appreciation of Egyptology, acting as bridges between the ancient world and modern society. These institutions have not only preserved and showcased the treasures of ancient Egypt, but they have also contributed significantly to the ongoing research, education, and dissemination of knowledge about one of the world's most fascinating civilizations. From housing valuable artifacts to facilitating scholarly research, museums and exhibitions have been at the heart of Egyptology for centuries, enriching our understanding of Egypt's art, culture, and history. The preservation of ancient Egyptian artifacts within museums allows these invaluable pieces of history to be safeguarded for future generations. Institutions such as the Egyptian Museum in Cairo, the British Museum in London, and the Louvre in Paris house some of the most iconic and significant objects from ancient Egypt, including monumental sculptures, intricate jewelry, and mummified remains. These artifacts provide tangible connections to the past, offering insight into Egyptian society, religion, and daily life. Through careful conservation and curation, museums ensure that these objects remain accessible for ongoing study, while also protecting them from environmental degradation and damage. Museums also serve as crucial centers of research and scholarship. They house collections that are invaluable to Egyptologists, archaeologists, and historians, who rely on these materials to further their understanding of ancient Egypt. The study of hieroglyphics, art, and material culture is often conducted within the walls of these institutions, where scholars have access to artifacts and resources that might otherwise be difficult to obtain. The wealth of information contained in these collections has enabled numerous breakthroughs in the field of Egyptology, from deciphering ancient texts to uncovering the religious and social practices of the ancient Egyptians. In addition to preserving and researching ancient Egyptian art and artifacts, museums also play a vital role in educating the public. Exhibitions dedicated to ancient Egypt are some of the most popular and visited in the world, offering visitors the opportunity to engage with the culture and history of this ancient civilization. Through carefully curated exhibits, museums present complex narratives about ancient Egyptian society, art, and religion in ways that are accessible and engaging. Temporary exhibitions, often traveling to different cities and countries, allow a broader audience to experience the wonders of ancient Egypt, fostering a deeper appreciation for its cultural legacy. Exhibitions also facilitate interdisciplinary collaborations, allowing experts from various fields, such as archaeology, anthropology, and conservation, to work together in the study and presentation of ancient Egyptian artifacts. These collaborative efforts often lead to new discoveries, as researchers from different areas bring unique perspectives to the interpretation of ancient objects. Furthermore, traveling exhibitions offer a platform for sharing the latest archaeological finds with global audiences, sparking new interest in Egyptology and inspiring future generations of scholars and museum goers. In conclusion, museums and exhibitions have been instrumental in advancing the field of Egyptology, preserving ancient artifacts, supporting research, and educating the public. These institutions not only safeguard the artistic and cultural heritage of ancient Egypt, but also provide a space for exploration, discovery, and a deeper understanding of one of the world's greatest civilizations. As technology and research methods continue to evolve, museums will remain essential in the ongoing journey to uncover the mysteries of ancient Egypt and share its remarkable legacy with the world. Chapter 12: The Decline and Transformation of Egyptian Art. The decline and transformation of Egyptian art mark a pivotal shift in the history of one of the world's most influential civilizations. For over 3 millennia, Egyptian art remained remarkably consistent, adhering to traditional forms and styles that reflected the values, religious beliefs, and social structures of the time. However, as Egypt faced political turmoil, foreign invasions, and changes in religious practices, its art began to evolve, reflecting new influences and a departure from its classical norms. The decline of Egypt's ancient power began with the gradual weakening of the New Kingdom around 1070 BCE, followed by the periods of division and conquest that followed. During these times, Egypt's central authority became unstable, and the once unified nation found itself under the rule of foreign powers, such as the Libyans, Nubians, Assyrians, and eventually the Persians. As Egypt became increasingly influenced by these external forces, its art began to shift. The strict adherence to the canonical forms of the Old and Middle Kingdoms began to loosen, allowing for more diversity in artistic styles and subject matter. Under foreign rulers, particularly during the Persian and later Greek, Ptolemaic periods, Egyptian art began to adopt elements from other cultures. The Ptolemaic dynasty, which began in 332 BCE with Alexander the Great's conquest of Egypt, ushered in a fusion of Egyptian and Greek artistic styles. This period saw the introduction of Hellenistic influences in both sculpture and architecture, leading to the creation of hybrid forms. For example, pharaohs of the Ptolemaic era were depicted in a manner that combined traditional Egyptian iconography with Greek-inspired naturalism, marking a significant departure from the idealized and rigid depictions of earlier pharaohs. This transformation continued under Roman rule, which followed the Ptolemaic period in 30 BCE. Egyptian art under the Romans was characterized by a further blending of Roman and Egyptian styles, as the once distinctive Egyptian artistic identity was increasingly absorbed into the broader Mediterranean cultural milieu. Roman portraiture, for instance, began to influence Egyptian funerary art, resulting in the creation of the famous Fayum mummy portraits, which combined Roman realism with traditional Egyptian burial practices. Despite these changes, Egyptian art did not completely lose its traditional elements. Even as new influences entered the artistic sphere, core elements of Egyptian art, such as its focus on religious symbolism, the afterlife, and the depiction of gods and pharaohs, remained persistent. The persistence of these themes in the art of the later periods suggests that the transformation of Egyptian art was not solely a result of decline, but also a response to the changing political and cultural landscapes of the ancient world. By the end of the Roman period and the rise of Christianity in Egypt, traditional Egyptian art and its associated religious practices gradually faded from prominence. However, the legacy of Egyptian art, with its highly recognizable symbols, stylistic conventions, and religious significance, continued to inspire future generations in other cultures. The transformation of Egyptian art was not an abrupt end, but a slow evolution into new forms, preserving elements of the past while adapting to new realities. As a result, the art of ancient Egypt, despite its decline, laid the groundwork for future artistic and cultural developments across the Mediterranean and beyond. Foreign invasions and their impact on art. Foreign invasions played a significant role in shaping the evolution of Egyptian art, influencing its style, iconography, and function. For thousands of years, Egypt had been a powerful and relatively isolated civilization, with its art adhering to a consistent set of conventions and traditions that reflected its religious beliefs, political structures, and social norms. However, the arrival of foreign invaders, including the Hyksos, Libyans, Nubians, Assyrians, Persians, and later Greeks and Romans, led to the incorporation of new elements into Egyptian artistic expression, marking a transformation from its classical norms. The first major foreign influence on Egyptian art occurred during the Second Intermediate Period, c. 1650 to 1550 BCE, when the Hyksos, a Semitic-speaking people from the Levant, invaded and ruled parts of northern Egypt. The Hyksos brought with them new technologies, including the chariot, and their influence was seen in the art of the period. For example, Egyptian pottery and weaponry began to reflect changes in style that were linked to their interaction with these foreign rulers. However, the Hyksos period was relatively short-lived, and their influence on Egyptian art was not as pronounced as that of later invaders. A more enduring impact on Egyptian art came with the Nubian and Libyan invasions, which began in the later periods of Egypt's history. The 25th dynasty, also known as the Nubian dynasty, c. 747 to 656 BCE, brought with it a strong influence from Nubian culture, leading to the adoption of certain Nubian elements in Egyptian art. During this time, there was a revival of certain Old Kingdom artistic conventions, but there were also distinct Nubian stylistic traits incorporated into royal representations, such as more naturalistic portrayals of rulers and a greater emphasis on military prowess. Perhaps the most significant foreign influence on Egyptian art came during the Persian period, c. 525 to 404 BCE. With the Persian conquest of Egypt, the art of the Achaemenid Empire introduced new iconographic motifs and stylistic approaches, particularly in royal portraiture and monumental architecture. Persian rulers incorporated elements of their own artistic traditions into Egyptian designs, blending Egyptian motifs with Persian symbolic representations. For instance, Persian rulers depicted themselves in Egyptian style, but added more individualized features, marking a significant departure from the traditional, idealized depictions of pharaohs. The arrival of Alexander the Great in 332 BCE marked the beginning of the Hellenistic period in Egypt, with the establishment of the Ptolemaic dynasty. Greek influence became deeply intertwined with Egyptian art during this time. The Ptolemies sought to legitimize their rule by aligning themselves with traditional Egyptian customs, yet they also introduced elements of Greek culture into royal and religious iconography. This blending of Egyptian and Greek styles led to the creation of hybrid art forms, such as the famous statues of Ptolemaic pharaohs who were depicted in the traditional Egyptian manner, but with a more naturalistic Greek influence. Similarly, Egyptian temples and tombs began to adopt Hellenistic architectural styles while maintaining certain traditional Egyptian features. Under Roman rule, which followed the defeat of Cleopatra II in 30 BCE, Egyptian art continued to evolve through the fusion of Roman and Egyptian elements. Roman portraiture, known for its realism, influenced Egyptian funerary art, particularly in the creation of Fayum mummy portraits. These portraits combined Roman techniques of lifelike representation with traditional Egyptian burial practices, producing a unique form of art that symbolized the intersection of two cultures. In conclusion, foreign invasions had a profound and lasting impact on Egyptian art, resulting in a dynamic fusion of native Egyptian traditions with foreign artistic elements. While the core religious and symbolic functions of Egyptian art persisted, the influence of foreign rulers and cultures contributed to the evolution of Egyptian artistic practices. As a result, Egyptian art gradually transformed over time, adapting to new political realities while maintaining its essential connection to the past. Changes in artistic styles during the Greco-Roman period. The Greco-Roman period marked a significant shift in the evolution of Egyptian art, influenced by the arrival of Greek and later Roman rule. This era began with Alexander the Great's conquest of Egypt in 332 BCE and continued with the establishment of the Ptolemaic dynasty, which blended Egyptian traditions with Greek customs. Later, the Roman Empire's annexation of Egypt in 30 BCE further transformed the artistic landscape. During this time, Egyptian art underwent notable changes as it absorbed foreign influences while still retaining key elements of its ancient heritage. One of the most prominent shifts in artistic style during the Greco-Roman period was the blending of Egyptian and Hellenistic traditions. The Ptolemies, who were of Greek descent, sought to legitimize their rule by aligning themselves with the ancient Egyptian tradition, portraying themselves as pharaohs and adopting the symbols of Egyptian royalty. However, they also introduced Greek elements into their art, particularly in royal portraiture. Egyptian pharaohs were still depicted with traditional regalia, such as the crown and the false beard, but their facial features and proportions became more naturalistic, following the Greek practice of individualized portraiture. This blending of idealized Egyptian imagery with more realistic Greek influences created a unique hybrid style that was distinctive to the Ptolemaic period. In addition to changes in portraiture, architecture during the Greco-Roman period also reflected this fusion of styles. While Egyptian temples continued to be constructed in the traditional manner, they incorporated Greek architectural elements, such as Corinthian columns, which were not found in earlier Egyptian structures. The influence of Greek artistic techniques can also be seen in the decoration of temples and tombs, with the introduction of Greek gods and symbols alongside traditional Egyptian deities. This syncretism resulted in the creation of new iconographies that represented the merging of two powerful cultural traditions. The Roman conquest of Egypt in 30 BCE further continued this process of cultural fusion. Roman rulers sought to maintain Egypt's artistic heritage while integrating their own style into Egyptian art. Roman influence is especially visible in funerary art, particularly in the creation of Fayum mummy portraits. These portraits, which were painted directly onto wooden panels and attached to mummies, combined the realism of Roman portraiture with traditional Egyptian burial practices. The realistic depiction of the deceased, with detailed facial expressions and lifelike proportions, marked a significant departure from the idealized, symbolic representations of earlier periods. While the Greco-Roman period introduced changes in artistic styles, it is important to note that Egyptian art did not lose its core values. Religious symbolism and the focus on the afterlife remained central to artistic production. However, the Greco-Roman period created a space for new artistic expressions, marked by a blending of traditions that reflected the political and cultural realities of the time. Egyptian art during this period thus became a testament to the dynamic interactions between Egypt's ancient cultural identity and the external influences of Greece and Rome. The influence of Alexander the Great and the Ptolemies. The arrival of Alexander the Great in Egypt in 332 BCE marked a pivotal moment in Egyptian history, ushering in a new era of Greek influence that would significantly alter Egyptian art and culture. Upon his conquest of Egypt, Alexander was welcomed as a liberator and was later crowned pharaoh. His reign, though brief, set the stage for the establishment of the Ptolemaic dynasty, which lasted for nearly 3 centuries. The Ptolemies, descendants of one of Alexander's generals, Ptolemy I, continued his legacy and heavily influenced Egyptian art, merging Greek traditions with Egyptian iconography. The most significant influence of Alexander's arrival was the fusion of Greek and Egyptian cultures. As a foreign ruler, Alexander understood the importance of legitimizing his power by aligning himself with Egyptian religious traditions. He embraced the role of pharaoh and presented himself as a deity, commissioning artworks that depicted him in the traditional Egyptian style, such as the use of royal regalia, the crook and flail, and the iconic headdress. His depictions, however, were subtly adjusted to reflect his Greek heritage, especially in the idealized proportions and facial features typical of Hellenistic portraiture. This blend of Greek and Egyptian artistic conventions became a hallmark of the Ptolemaic period, creating a hybridized visual language that symbolized the political and cultural fusion between Egypt and Greece. The Ptolemies, who ruled Egypt from 305 BCE to 30 BCE, embraced both their Greek heritage and the need to align with Egyptian religious and cultural practices. This dual identity is most evident in the royal portraiture of the time. Ptolemaic rulers were depicted in the traditional Egyptian manner, wearing the crown of Upper Egypt or Lower Egypt, the false beard, and other symbols of pharaonic power. Yet their facial features were often rendered in the more naturalistic and individualized style of Greek portraiture. These portraits sought to strike a balance between honoring Egyptian artistic conventions and incorporating the Greek emphasis on realism and individualized depictions. The Ptolemies also promoted the blending of Greek and Egyptian religious beliefs. While they continued to build and decorate temples dedicated to Egyptian gods, they also incorporated Greek deities into the Egyptian pantheon, leading to syncretic religious practices. The famous Greco-Egyptian god Serapis, a blend of the Greek god Zeus and the Egyptian Osiris, was created during the reign of Ptolemy I and became an important religious figure during the Ptolemaic period. In art, Serapis was depicted with Greek-style clothing and the traditional Egyptian symbols of divinity, such as the Atef crown and the scepter. This merging of Greek and Egyptian elements in art extended to architecture as well. While the Ptolemies built monumental temples in the traditional Egyptian style, they also included Greek architectural elements, such as Corinthian columns, which were not native to Egypt. This combination of Greek and Egyptian motifs can be seen in the design and decoration of temples, tombs, and royal monuments, creating a distinctive visual style that characterized the Ptolemaic period. In conclusion, the influence of Alexander the Great and the Ptolemies brought profound changes to Egyptian art. The fusion of Greek and Egyptian artistic traditions created a unique visual language that reflected the political and cultural realities of the time. The Ptolemies' reign marked a time of artistic innovation, where the old and new were interwoven, shaping the visual legacy of Egypt for centuries to come. The adoption of new artistic techniques. The Greco-Roman period in Egypt, beginning with Alexander the Great's conquest and continuing through the reign of the Ptolemies and Roman rule, saw the adoption and integration of new artistic techniques that reshaped Egyptian art. While Egyptian artists continued to honor the traditional forms and symbolism that had been central to their culture for millennia, the influx of Greek and Roman influences introduced a range of techniques that brought new dimensions to Egyptian artistic production. These changes not only reflected the cultural fusion of these two powerful civilizations, but also marked the evolution of Egyptian art in response to shifting political, social, and religious circumstances. One of the most significant new techniques to be adopted during this period was the use of realistic portraiture, particularly in sculpture and painting. Greek artists had long emphasized individualized, naturalistic depictions in their portrait, focusing on accurate representations of the human form, emotions, and physical features. This approach was drastically different from the more stylized and idealized Egyptian depictions of the past, which focused on representing gods, rulers, and individuals in a symbolic and highly conventionalized manner. Under Greek influence, Ptolemaic artists began to create portraits of the ruling class and elite members of society that were more lifelike, with an emphasis on accurate facial features and expression. This shift toward realism can be seen in the famous Fayum mummy portraits, where individuals were painted with remarkable detail, capturing their personalities and providing a striking contrast to the more generic depictions of earlier periods. Another important technique introduced during the Greco-Roman period was the use of Greek-style fresco painting, which was employed to decorate the walls of tombs, temples, and public buildings. This departure from the traditional Egyptian wall painting techniques marked a significant shift in style. While Egyptian wall paintings had remained relatively uniform in their iconography and techniques for centuries, the introduction of fresco allowed for more complex compositions and greater depth in the depiction of space. Greek influences brought in the use of perspective, shadowing, and more sophisticated approaches to depicting the human figure and natural world. This development is visible in the murals from the tombs of the Ptolemaic period, where Greek artistic techniques merged with traditional Egyptian subject matter. Sculpture also saw significant changes, particularly in the treatment of the human body. While Egyptian artists had long adhered to a formulaic approach in the depiction of figures, with strict proportions and front-facing poses, Greek sculptors introduced the concept of contrapposto, or the naturalistic stance of the human body. This technique, which involves a relaxed pose with one leg bearing the weight of the figure, was later adopted by Egyptian sculptors, resulting in a more dynamic and lifelike representation of the human form. This shift can be seen in Ptolemaic royal statues, which began to display a blend of the traditional Egyptian frontal pose with Greek-inspired body proportions and posture. The influence of Greek and Roman art also extended to the adoption of new materials and the refinement of existing ones. Egyptian artists began to use marble, which had been central to Greek art, in addition to the traditional Egyptian materials of stone, wood, and faience. The increased use of imported materials signaled a shift toward more luxurious and elaborate artistic expressions, particularly in the construction of royal and funerary monuments. In conclusion, the adoption of new artistic techniques during the Greco-Roman period significantly altered Egyptian art, blending the ancient traditions of Egypt with the innovations of Greece and Rome. This fusion of styles and techniques led to a dynamic and evolving artistic landscape that marked the transformation of Egypt's visual culture during this era. The transformation of Egyptian religious art. The transformation of Egyptian religious art during the Greco-Roman period was a reflection of the political and cultural changes that Egypt underwent after Alexander the Great's conquest. As Egypt was gradually absorbed into the Greek and later Roman empires, its traditional religious practices and artistic expressions began to evolve. While much of the foundational principles of Egyptian religious art remained intact, the influences of Greek and Roman aesthetics, as well as the integration of foreign deities and religious practices, significantly altered the artistic landscape. This period witnessed a fusion of traditional Egyptian symbolism with new artistic techniques and iconography from the Mediterranean world. One of the most noticeable shifts in religious art during this time was the representation of Egyptian gods and goddesses. The traditional forms, which had been fixed for centuries, began to incorporate elements of Greek and Roman styles. Egyptian deities such as Osiris, Isis, and Horus continued to be depicted in their classic forms, but their appearance often adopted more naturalistic features inspired by Greek sculpture. For instance, the facial features of gods were rendered with more individualized and realistic proportions, moving away from the idealized and symbolic representation that characterized earlier Egyptian religious art. This blending of styles reflects the broader cultural syncretism of the period, as Greek and Roman influences were absorbed into the Egyptian religious worldview. Moreover, the role of divine kingship in Egyptian art underwent significant transformation. Ptolemaic rulers, like their Egyptian predecessors, were depicted as divine figures, often shown in the company of Egyptian gods. However, the portrayal of these rulers began to incorporate Greek and Roman artistic conventions. Ptolemaic kings were often depicted wearing traditional Egyptian regalia, such as the double crown, but their facial features were increasingly rendered with Greek-style realism. This new approach in royal imagery symbolized the dual identity of the Ptolemaic rulers, who were both Egyptian pharaohs and Greek monarchs. This blending of cultural identities can also be seen in the religious artifacts and temples built during this period, where both Greek and Egyptian deities were honored. In addition to changes in depictions of gods and rulers, the transformation of religious art also involved the introduction of new religious iconography. The Greco-Roman period saw the rise of hybrid deities, such as Serapis, a god combining attributes of the Greek god Zeus and the Egyptian god Osiris. Serapis was often represented in a manner that combined both Greek and Egyptian iconographic elements, reflecting the fusion of religious traditions. This syncretism extended to religious rituals and artifacts, as Egyptian religious practices were adapted to incorporate Greek and Roman beliefs, resulting in a complex and diverse religious art tradition. The influence of Greek and Roman artistic techniques also led to changes in religious architecture. While Egyptian temple architecture retained its monumental scale and symbolic significance, the use of Greek-style columns and the incorporation of Roman architectural features began to appear in new temples and religious structures. This evolution in architectural style mirrored the changes occurring in Egyptian religious art and reflected the broader shifts in Egyptian society during the Greco-Roman period. In conclusion, the transformation of Egyptian religious art during the Greco-Roman period was a complex process of adaptation and synthesis. While the traditional forms of Egyptian art were maintained, new influences from Greece and Rome led to changes in the representation of gods, rulers, and religious symbols. This fusion of artistic traditions not only reflected the political realities of the time, but also highlighted the ways in which Egyptian religion and art continued to evolve while still honoring their ancient roots. Chapter 13, Conclusion. The art of ancient Egypt stands as one of the most enduring legacies of human civilization, reflecting not only the aesthetic achievements of a remarkable culture, but also the deep spiritual, political, and social forces that shaped it. From the grandeur of the pyramids to the intricate details of daily life depicted in tomb paintings, Egyptian art tells a story of a society that saw art not merely as decoration, but as a vital force intertwined with religion, power, and the afterlife. Throughout the centuries, Egyptian art remained strikingly consistent in its symbolic representation, with a clear emphasis on permanence and the divine. However, it was also subject to change and evolution as new influences, both internal and external, entered the culture, particularly during periods of foreign rule, such as the Greco-Roman period. In this book, we explored the fundamental principles of Egyptian art, beginning with the religious and cultural beliefs that governed artistic production. The role of the pharaohs, the significance of the gods, and the belief in the afterlife all shaped how art was created and consumed. The meticulous attention to detail in funerary art and the use of symbolism and geometry allowed artists to communicate complex ideas about life, death, and immortality. As we moved through the various periods of Egyptian history, we saw how art served not only as a tool for religious devotion, but also as a means of asserting political power and societal structure. One of the most striking features of Egyptian art is its ability to remain remarkably consistent over thousands of years. Despite the changes in rulers, dynasties, and foreign influences, the fundamental principles of Egyptian artistic expression, such as the use of hierarchy and scale, the symbolic representation of the human form, and the focus on eternity, remained largely intact. This consistency can be seen as a reflection of the deep connection between art and Egyptian identity, where the visual language was not just an aesthetic choice, but a means of reinforcing societal and spiritual beliefs. However, the influence of foreign powers, particularly the Greeks and Romans, led to new developments in style and technique. The integration of more naturalistic forms, the use of new materials, and the merging of cultural iconographies created a new fusion of artistic traditions that enriched Egyptian art. While the essential themes of the afterlife, divine kingship, and immortality continued to dominate, these new influences allowed for more personal expression and a shift towards realism in both portraiture and sculpture. Ultimately, the art of ancient Egypt serves as both a window into the past and a lasting influence on subsequent cultures. It is a testament to the ingenuity and creativity of an ancient civilization that continues to inspire and captivate us today. Through its symbolism, craftsmanship, and profound connection to the spiritual world, Egyptian art remains an enduring reflection of a civilization that, though long gone, continues to leave an indelible mark on the world's cultural heritage.